What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Tuesday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. A big thanks for making us a part of your start. If you're up and at it, whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available online to stream up at sportstalk1051.com. You got your Alexa device to just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Download the app, take it on the go. Video stream up and rolling here on YouTube, multiple different ways for you to be joining in. Good morning, Joe. Already on the YouTube video stream. Got that texting line up and rolling, too. Hit me up, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Bucks falling last night to the Cleveland Cavaliers, 118-106, and that might not even be the biggest downfall. Giannis leaving the game early, right before the end of the first half, with a groin strain, did not return to the game, and afterwards, Doc Rivers, not painting a great picture, said doesn't look good, but he would undergo further testing later today. Now, it seemed like Giannis had gotten hurt with, I think a lot of us, anybody who was kind of following the game, watching, listening, or whatever the case may be, or maybe you saw the replay and highlights, looked kind of physical. Maybe a foul should have been called. But Doc did say after the game that he noticed Giannis kind of grabbing his groin a couple times and asked him a couple times if he was good, and Giannis kept saying he was fine. And, well, third time's a charm, I guess, because this foul and then Giannis getting up, hobbling, getting a quick foul, and then going straight to the locker room. Not usually a good sign. Anybody who's had a groin injury, raise your hand, which is me, knows that those are not fun. Groin strains and such, not fun. They can linger. They're annoying. That's the best way maybe I could describe it. Very annoying. So we'll see how long he's potentially going to be out. But Bucks right now, 8-7, just one game above 500. Giannis misses any time. Especially with the stretch coming up here, it's going to be a little dicey. But looking at from last night, you had Giannis finished with 14 and Ryan Rollins 24, every starter in double-figure scoring. Kyle Kuzma 10, Miles Turner 15, AJ Green 12, Bobby Portis coming off the bench with 11, Gary Trent Jr. With 12 coming off the bench too. But it's going to have to get more from this bench. Going to have to get more from everybody if Giannis is going to miss an extended amount of time. And I know this kind of comes on the heels, too, where the Bucks and Doc Rivers have been very, very frustrated at the officiating when it comes to Giannis, thinking, or they believe that Giannis is getting hit quite a bit. Teams are being very physical with Giannis, and nothing is being called. And in that particular play where it looked like he really aggravated that injury or really hurt that groin injury, looked like it should have been a foul call, which, yeah, you got a lot of fans and you got a lot of people up in arms about it. And there was even one play last night, too, where Giannis got called for an offensive foul, and I'm still kind of scratching my head. Where the heck was the foul on there? So I'll be honest, that's kind of my Toyson Ford grind my gears this morning. It is Tuesday, which is a grind my gears Tuesday. It is the officiating when it comes to Giannis so far this season. And Doc, was this last week or a few days ago, said when he talked with the NBA about it, one of the reasons was that Giannis is playing through it. What? So they're not calling it because he's playing through it? I mean, that's BS. BS. I call BS. But that's kind of my grind my gears, Toyson Ford grind my gears Tuesday. So what's grinding your gears? You can get it off your chest. Let us know. hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line or hit us up on the YouTube video stream. Either way will be a good one. So we'll talk some hoops. Speaking of hoops, Badger basketball picking up another W last night to remain undefeated. Now that big matchup coming up on Friday against BYU, the third-ranked Badger men's basketball team taking on the ninth-ranked team in the country, BYU. I can't wait for this game. Coming up just past, it's going to be at 3 o'clock, so it's a Friday afternoon game. So get to Deer Camp, maybe a little early, watch it. Maybe you're already going to be there in the morning. Turn it on the tube, watch that game. But should be a fantastic matchup. Last night you had, again, the backcourt of Blackwell and Boyd leading the charge. Blackwell, 24 points. Boyd, 22 points. Austin Rapp getting in with 15 points. So, fantastic nights for this Badger team. 94-69 victory against Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. So, I can't wait for that Friday matchup. I can't wait. Very early barometer, very early gauge to see potentially how talented this Badger team could be this year, I think. So, we'll talk more Badgers with Mr. RJ Cardinal coming up at about 8:20 this morning. Talk hoops, talk football as we are into the final 2 weeks of the regular season for Badger football. You got Illinois and then Minnesota. We'll throw in a little volleyball, throw in a little hockey talk too with RJ. So that'll be coming up in a couple of hours. Speaking of volleyball, college volleyball, the Blue Golds heading to the national tournament, which no big surprise. They get a 1 seed in their pod. So they are going to be heading later on this week to Pennsylvania. So that's where they'll be heading, to Pennsylvania. And they'll be taking on St. Mary's College for their national tournament run. Hopefully it's a long and deep run for the Blue Gold volleyball team. So, also on the dockets, we'll talk some green and gold. Matt LaFleur chatting a little bit with the media yesterday. So maybe some good injury news coming down the wire here for the Packers when he was asked yesterday if they were going to be opening up any 21-day practice window for somebody on the injured reserve, maybe specifically a Jaden Reed, maybe even a Marshawn Lloyd. In typical Matt LaFleur fashion, he didn't answer, but he had a big smile on his face and said, we'll have to see, but he's hopeful. So even if they open it up this week, I don't think either one of those guys would be ready for next week against the Lions. Could be completely wrong. I could be completely off. But, we'll see, I suppose, because Jaden Reed has been, according to reporters, Jaden Reed has been working out on the side and during practice. They can't record it. They can't do that type of stuff because, guys on injured reserve, you're not allowed to do that. But maybe that little ramp up is helping him to potentially be able to get out on the field next week. I think Marshawn Lloyd, we don't know. The thing is we don't know what type of player Marshawn Lloyd could be because he's been hurt all the time, and we see glimpses, whether it's in the preseason or maybe just his very, very, very limited snaps in the regular season. I think there's something there. I'm cautiously optimistic about Marshawn Lloyd potentially being a really good player. It's just the guy's got to stay healthy. He's got to stay healthy. I mean, that would be a nice little boost. Nothing against Emmanuel Wilson because I think he is a very solid backup to a Josh Jacobs. But Marshawn Lloyd does bring a little bit more explosiveness potentially. But can you trust it? I don't know at this point. But speaking of running backs, Josh Jacobs suffered a knee contusion and could potentially play against the Vikings. We'll see. They're saying day-to-day. Also, Quay Walker day-to-day after suffering a stinger. So, but avoided some major injuries there. We'll see if they elect to play Jacobs this weekend against the Vikings. I think a lot of it is going to come around to a short turnaround Thanksgiving against the Lions. Now, I know they would never say this, but if you had, would you want to throw Josh Jacobs out there against the Vikings and maybe potentially get him a little bit more banged up to where he couldn't go against the Lions? They would never say that, and they always say they never think about that, but I think about it. You know what I mean? Like, I think about it. So we'll go over some of the other comments from Matt LaFleur yesterday, including that Luke Musgrave, they do have to get him more involved, they said, especially in that second half where he only played 2 snaps. But me personally, I think they're kind of using Luke Musgrave wrong. I think he has got to be that guy where maybe you line him up in a slot, you run him up the seam. He's not an inline tight end. And I think they're maybe not utilizing him to his best ability. So, but we'll throw some green and gold chat in here. We've got the Hy-Vee game changer. So from the last week, who was the player? Who was the play? What was the moment that was kind of a game changer for you? It doesn't, again, with this, it does not have to be a top 10 play. It could be a play that doesn't show up in the stat sheet, but you're like, boy, that was a game-changing play. Or that guy was a game-changing player. Doesn't have to be the most popular player either. Hit me up with your picks. All right, I got mine, but hit me up with yours. So, and hey, whatever else is on your mind, you got a topic in mind, you got a question, you got a thought, I want to hear it. So hit me up with those, and we'll throw it out to the rest of the Sports Talk Nation, to the rest of the armchair MVPs out there. So that's your game plan for us this morning. Let's pitter patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll take our first break. We'll lead it off. We got some football. We've got some basketball. All that good stuff to be hitting up here this morning, and whatever the heck else is on your mind. All right, let's bring the energy on this Tuesday morning. Our first break, and we'll be back after these quick words. We don't have any school closings or delays, but, with the talk of winter weather advisories and such, it is a good reminder to stay tuned to our website for the WEAU 13 News First Alert school closings that are brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. So it is that time of year, especially when we get maybe a little bit of a bigger storm system. It's going to come. Odds are it's going to come at some point. You want to always make sure that you're tuned in to that to that school closing list at our website, sportstalk1051.com, and see if you can make a kiddo's day by saying, "Hey, bud, no school today. Now go shovel the driveway." Let's just say. So it's the WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. Mike with an early text saying, my grind my gears is NBA refs in general. I really don't follow the NBA anymore because of terribly biased refs. Seabaugh has a couple of high-V game changers. I've got two game changers from the Packer game. Number one, Daniel Whelan. That dude flipped the field for us in terrible conditions. It doesn't show up in the box score, but he changed the dynamic of the game, especially with his last punt. Bingo. I would agree 100% with that one. Secondly, Savion Williams. 3rd down and 10, and he makes a big play for 33 yards, leading to the go-ahead touchdown, not to mention he was hurting. Seabaugh, you stole my game changer because it was Savion Williams. So apparently he's been wearing a walking boot for a little bit, been dealing with that ankle injury, so I wonder if it's just one of those, like, okay, not on the field, but going to give it extra protection, walking around the house, walking around, to the game, coming off the bus, wearing one and such. So, I mean, that's maybe what it is. That might be a good question for Dr. Crow coming up on Friday if I remember it. But to come off the bus, take the walking boot off, a guy who hasn't gotten a ton of, he's gotten some opportunities on the offense, more so for bubble screens and end arounds and such, but not really vertical opportunities going down the field and making plays. Been involved in kick returns, so big-time moment. You're exactly right. That play, that catch, that was my game-changing moment because in the box score, it'll look like one catch for, 30 yards, 20-some yards, or whatever the case may be off. But that definitely was a game-changing play. That was my pick for my high-V game-changing play. Great minds think alike, dude. Great minds think alike. The other one I was going to kind of throw out there was Christian Watson's block. So the Wiley touchdown catch where he was just wide open. It looked like it was a pick when he ran into the defender that allowed Wiley to become wide open. LaFleur said it yesterday was inadvertent, wasn't planned. So Watson accidentally ran into it. But it worked. It was a game-changing play, right? It was a game-changing play. That type of thing doesn't show up in the stat sheet, but it obviously led to a touchdown. So there's a lot of good ones. Go back to the last week or so. Doesn't necessarily have to be from the Packers game. It could be from another game. Could be from a different sports. Send those on over. All right. Send those puppies on over. Whatever else, whatever other nominations you may have. All right, let's lead it off here talking a little Bucks because this was my grind my gears moments from last night. But Bucks falling to the Cleveland Cavaliers, 118-106. The big story though, Giannis. Giannis leaving the game early, and the thing is Giannis was starting this game with a mission. The dude, we talked about it. Was there going to be that extra level? Was there going to be that extra gear when it came to Giannis? Because it was the Cavs, kind of similar to how he was with that Knicks game, where you knew that you could tell watching and then listening to him, they really won that one because the Knicks swept them last year. You could kind of tell that was the case again with this Cleveland game, a Cleveland team that swept Giannis last year, beat him already this year. Giannis looked like he was on a mission. Looked like he was ready to lead that team to a victory last night. And then he gets hurt. leaves a game due to a groin strain. And it looked like it happens on a questionable non-foul call, which I'll get to here in a second with my grind my gears. But Doc Rivers said after the game last night, he grabbed his groin, I want to say, in the first quarter, and I asked him then. He said it was fine. Then I think he grabbed it again, and he said it was fine. But then the third time, is when it happens. But I think it happened earlier, in my opinion. Doc went on to say that we won't know anything until tomorrow, which is today. Didn't look great. I can tell you that. Here's my grind my gears. I don't understand the officiating when it comes to Giannis. And I get it. I could be biased because I'm a Bucks fan. I'm a Giannis fan. I know I might have a little beer goggles on or fan goggles on and such when it comes to that. But anybody who's been watching a lot of these Bucks games or listening to a lot of these Bucks games on our station and such, or maybe just kind of followed up with articles or highlights and such, Giannis, I think, is not getting officiated properly. And if what Doc Rivers said is true, what the NBA, because Doc Rivers has talked about it earlier on in the season, that they have talked to the NBA, it has been a frustration point for the Bucks about how the officials are essentially not calling fouls on teams when Giannis has the ball. I mean, teams being very physical with Giannis and Giannis not getting any of the foul calls. If what Doc Rivers said is true, where the NBA said, well, Giannis is playing through him and that's why they're not calling him, that to me is weak. That is BS. And that is unacceptable. It's almost like, remember when Shaq was playing and then you had this thing where officials struggled to call games with Shaq because he was just this mammoth of a ball player. I mean, you're talking about a 7'1", 300+ pound athlete. And in his prime, you're talking about this big dude who can run up and down the court. I mean, you talk about scary athletes. Shaq in his prime would scare the bejesus out of me if I was a center. And he went up against guys like Scott Pollard, Chris Dudley, then you throw in a Luke Longley, a Bill Wennington, and I'm not talking about the Akeems and David Robinsons because they were pretty good centers, or the Patrick Ewings. I'm talking about maybe like, the Rick Smiths, tall, but body-wise, they can't cover Shaq. They can't defend against a prime Shaq. But because he was so big and so athletic and such a big guy, he got a lot of fouls called into him. And it was just because I think, and the thought was like, he's just such a huge dude. They didn't know how to call him. They didn't know how to officiate him. Are we getting to that point when it comes to Giannis, where this is a guy, he's 6'11", a physical player, and probably one of the best, if not the best, at driving to the hoop, the primary ball handler now. So you got him with the ball maybe towards the top of the key at the top of the line a little bit more, and then driving and kicking it out. Do officials not know how to officiate Giannis? Are we at a similar moment with Shaq? But instead of officials being ticky-tack with the calls like they were with Shaq, they ain't calling anything when Giannis drives to the lane. Teams are being really physical, and if I was an opponent team, if I was the Cavs, if I was the Bulls, the Pistons, or whoever is going up against Giannis, and I knew that the officials weren't calling stuff, I'd be physical too. I don't fault the teams for pushing the line, and especially when that he's not a great free throw shooter, right? He's not a great free throw shooter, so you kind of take more risks when it comes to him because would you rather put Giannis on the free throw line or let him get to the hoop? I mean, Giannis has been getting beat up all season long. And, yeah, I'm going to pull this card too. Where's the superstar treatment? I know we kind of like, oh, yeah, superstars like the Patrick Mahomes thing in the NFL gets all the calls and that, and I get it, and it annoys the crap out of me here too. But, I mean, I want to see a little bit of something here for Giannis. And congratulations, NBA. You're not going to – you're going to let a lot of that stuff go and let teams be physical with Giannis and such. Now he's probably going to miss an extended period of time. Now you're not going to have one of your superstar global athletes out on the court. Congratulations, NBA. You screwed that up. You screwed it up. You're so worried about load management for guys missing a day or two and such now because, and again, I go back to that reason. You can play the clip, and maybe I'll play it coming up here a little bit. But when Doc said he talked to the NBA, and what they told him was they're not calling it because he's playing through the hard. That doesn't make any sense to me. Well, good job. Good job, NBA. Just ridiculous. That's my Toyson Ford. Grind my gears. Hopefully we get some better news today, but groin injuries, again, anybody who's dealt with it, they're annoying. The best way I can describe it, they're annoying, they're painful, but they're just really annoying. And they can linger. All right, let's take a quick break. What's your grind my gears? Let me know. Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912, or comment on the video stream. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Opener this weekend. Just a few days away, peeps. So if you're still maybe you're like, hey, I still got to get a new deer rifle, or I need to upgrade that, or I got to get it for my kid or for my pops, or maybe get some ammo and such, go visit our friends at Tilden Gun, all right? This week, time is running out to make sure that you're all set up to hit the woods this weekend, okay? Go visit Sean Hunter at Tilden Gun, 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls, all right? And then after hunting season, start to think about holiday shopping, what to get for that hunter in your life. Well, nothing would make a hunter even more happy than getting a gift from Tilden Gun, whether it's a gift card or maybe a new deer rifle and such. Think about Tilden Gun when it comes to your holiday shopping season this year. But again, address 12427 90th Avenue, Chippewa Falls. Go check them out. Best of luck. Be safe in the great outdoors this season. All right. And don't forget to share the luck that you get. Okay. We got that buck board tagged up at the top of our Sports Talk Facebook page. Make sure you send us or post your photos in the comment section up there. And if you got one during bow season, go do that too. All right. Last call for any good hunting stories, good hunting memories. Again, it doesn't have to be about a big one. Could be about the one you missed, or just a cool memory with a friend or family while hunting. Send me some of your traditions. Okay, I want to include it in this week's episode of the Man Cave Podcast. If you could, email it to me, mancavepodmail@gmail.com. That email address is listed up right on my Facebook page, Dan Kasper Sports, so look it up there. And send me some of those. All right, I know some of you got it. Surveyor, I'm calling you out. Send me some stuff, okay? Send me some stuff. Looking for more. Here's a clip from Doc that was back on it was back a couple games ago and such, just kind of venting afterwards about the officiating with Giannis. And I think it's worth kind of replaying after what happened last night. So, again, let's hear what Doc had to say from the officiating, on how the officiating has been going with Giannis so far this season.
It is called a foul. That's the update. Giannis drove to the basket and got completely wiped out. Watch the video. I mean, he got completely wiped out, and it's a no call. It's amazing the difference of how Giannis is officiated, because even one of the refs even said, well, yeah, they're hitting his arms, but he's playing through it. I said, okay, it's still a foul, all right? He's strong enough to play through it. He's not going to let it stop him, but it's still a foul. I thought he got fouled so many times, and then their last play, what I was upset at, people complain about Shea pushing off. That last play, Siakam just a complete forearm, threw a guy out of the way, right in front of the official. He's almost challenging him. You know, we got to be consistent with calls. The great example, if Giannis did that, it's going to be an offensive foul. So I didn't like how the game was called in that regard. Listen, Giannis got strangled last game, and it was nothing. Today they gave him a flagrant tonight because of the last game. I just think the way he gets officiated is not right. And I get it. It's hard. You know, he's like guarding a fast shack, you know, and so it's brutal, and you can make a case, and I'm sure they do. Hell, we can call a foul every time. Well, if you do, they'll stop fouling them. You know, that's my answer all the time. So anyway, we won.
There you go. So again, that was Doc Rivers from a few games ago, excuse me. And this has been a theme so far this season with the officiating with Giannis. And if that official, whoever that official was, if that official said, well, yeah, they're hitting his arm, but he's playing through it, as the reason why they are not calling fouls on Giannis because he's playing through him, because he's that strong, that is absolutely 100% ridiculous. And it's a joke, and it's pathetic. I can't believe that. So, Surveyor, I said I'm calling you out because I'm not calling you out. I'm looking for some good deer hunting memories, stories, traditions, and I want you to email them to me at mancavepodmail@gmail.com so I can put them in this week's episode of the podcast. I wasn't calling you out. I know you got some good ones, so I want to hear them. But Surveyor says, good morning, DK. You know what grinds my gears? The Jordan Love haters. This is getting ridiculous, people. Has he had bad games? Of course, but name me a quarterback who hasn't had a sloth of bad games. Does anyone remember Rodgers 2018? Everyone thought that was the end of him, but here are some stats to back up my argument. He has 15 touchdowns to just 3 picks for 2,421 yards and a completion percentage of 67.7%, along with his 103.2 passer rating. If you didn't know, 100 and above is considered excellent. But that's not all. He is one of only 2 quarterbacks in the league with an adjusted completion percentage of over 80%, a big-time throw rate over 5%, and a turnover-worthy play rate under 3%. The other is MVP candidate Drake May. Maybe we should start asking the question as to why a team that only lost its worst offensive lineman from a year ago, Josh Myers, is so drastically worse, especially in one area, pass blocking, that they excelled a year ago. Or how come our receivers continually drop passes? Maybe we should just tell ourselves to let the guy just do his thing because he can seriously facilitate the ball. Is he going to do some boneheaded plays like Favre? Yeah, but I'd rather have him take chances and give his guys a chance to make a play rather than just throwing the ball out of bounds or taking the sack. Rant over, carry on. There was did I save it? You bring up Jordan Love's quarterback rating, and I want to see, I know Twitter's being a little bit weird, but I saw this tweet the other day. Did I save it? Okay, yeah, still. Twitter's still not being the greatest thing this morning. Something's going on with it. But essentially what it was, that Jordan Love, even with, I think the number was 7 drop passes yet on Sunday, 5, 6, 7 drop passes, and he still finished with over a 100 quarterback rating. Surveyor, I agree with everything you said in your rant. There is not one thing in that rant that you said that I would nitpick or disagree with. I do think, and this is something we've talked about, I think, throughout the whole season. I do think there is some unfair criticism when it comes to Jordan Love for whatever reason people have with him. I don't quite get it. I have not heard one legitimate, solid reason why people don't like Jordan Love or don't think he's a good quarterback. Is he a great quarterback? I would not put him as a great quarterback. I would not put him as a top 5. Okay? I don't put him in the category of Mahomes and such, or Josh Allen. I don't. I hope he could get there. But there is this sense from a lot of people that are just, they kind of, I get the impression from them that they think he's a bum or he's a really bad quarterback. And I don't get it. And especially yesterday, even I know I kind of ranted a little bit about it yesterday, but there was national people yesterday while we were on their national shows talking about how bad Jordan Love was on Sunday. And I think it was clearly obvious they were just straight up box score scouting when they didn't watch that game. And I think you bring up a really good point, Surveyor. Why? And it's something we've touched on a little bit, especially last week. Why has this offensive line plummeted after losing Josh Myers? Josh Myers, who was, for a lot of Packers fans, they wanted him gone. They wanted an upgrade at center. He was iffy. He was kind of a lightning rod of a topic for Packers fans. Was he good? Was he solid? Was he average? Was he bad? I don't think a lot of people were upset when he left. But, man, was he that valuable, that important to this group where he's had such a trickle. His loss has been such a trickle-down effect. You lose Myers. You bring in Aaron Banks. And you move Jenkins over to center. It's just that one move of Myers has had this crazy effect. Why? And I think you bring up the question, we should be asking why? Why has it taken such a downfall? Moving on from Myers to Aaron Banks, essentially. Is it straight up the communication? Is it calling out the protections? Is it that? Now, for what it's worth, his teammates reportedly, when he was with Green Bay, loved Josh Myers. And Matt LaFleur, I remember last year talked about, his leadership council or the leaders within the locker room, and he named Josh Myers as part of that. Dude was incredibly well-respected within that locker room, within that team, with his players and his coaches. So while his play may not have been, at a level where he was considered a top center in the entire league, but is this an example of, all right, you're moving on from him because his play isn't up to par, but the other things he brings to the table is, maybe worth keeping him around. And remember, he did not sign a huge deal with the Jets. He signed a 1-year, $2 million contract. That's it. That's it. His cap hit for the Jets this year is $3 million. So it wasn't like Green Bay could have easily brought him back. They easily could have said, you know what? We'll do that deal, not sign Aaron Banks to that monster of a deal. And I know it's hindsight's 20/20 in this whole thing. But that Aaron Banks deal, and Aaron Banks is coming off of a good game, probably his best game of the season this past weekend. But you look at those two deals and you look at the offensive line play, man, it's easy right now to say they should have ran it back and maybe the offensive line would be a whole lot better. But for all the finger pointing and all the talking, hey, I've done it too. I'm guilty of it. I'm not calling out everybody. I've questioned a lot of stuff from Matt LaFleur so far this year. But I still think it all starts from that offensive line, from that group on up, from run blocking, from pass protection. And yeah, why last year? What was a common theme from the receivers? Dropping footballs. And to be fair, it seemed like they were better. I think we went through the nugget from Rob Domofsky, weeks 1 through 9. They had a total of 5 drops. Well, they surpassed that in one game. So it looked like they made strides. But now, after one game, it was bad. That's the question Green Bay has to answer, has to figure out the answer to why. Why? Why is this happening on this offensive line? What are they doing? Has it gotten to a point where they just gotten too cute and moved too many guys around out of the positions that they excel at? Elton Jenkins, great guard, all-pro guard. Was that the right move to move him to center? Jordan Morgan, is he playing in his best spot or is he better suited for a tackle? Now you look at Sean Ryan. Is he better suited at guard when he's playing center? We know they like the versatility. We know they train their linemen to do that. But I also think, there's probably one spot that guys really just they play better at. They're better suited for this spot. Is it to that point where they just shuffled that thing around just a little too much? And they're asking guys to do a lot, and it's just not working. I'm just throwing out ideas. I don't know. So Coach V says haters gonna hate. C-Bomb says, okay, it's my time to give you my grind my gears. This discussion of Jordan Love lit a fire. The Packers have whiny, entitled fan base. It is getting annoying. We have a bunch of 20 and 30 somethings that grew up with Favre and Rodgers. Get over Rodgers, people, and quit comparing Love to him. Love will never be as good at throwing the football as Aaron Charles Rodgers. We may never see someone like that again in the entire NFL. Jordan Love is a top 10 quarterback, and we can win a Super Bowl with him. If you think Love is bad, don't cheer for the Vikings with McCarthy. If you think Love is bad, don't cheer for the Vikings with McCarthy or Bears with Caleb Williams this year or whoever it'll be next year and the 40 other quarterbacks in Green Bay's wake. I'd keep going, but I'm driving, and I can't proofread very well. On that note, though, too, we do have to take a quick break. But all right, did that light a fire for maybe where the fans? I don't want to start anything. I don't want to start a fight. But if you are of the side of like, no, you're not a Jordan Love person. How would you react to Surveyor? How would you react to Seba? What would be your counter argument? All right, we got to take a quick break. And we'll be back to wrap up the first hour after these quick words. Winter roads can be tough on your vehicle. Cracks, chips, broken glass, they could turn into bigger problems fast. Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls is ready to keep you safe this season. From auto glass repair, replacement, custom mirrors, glass installation, their experienced team gets the job done quickly and reliably. Don't let winter weather slow you down. Visit postglassandmirror.com or give them a call today at 715-723-8676. Post Glass and Mirror, keeping Chippewa Falls safe, clear, and ready for the road this winter. For our Post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question that we post every night on the Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page, we asked, should the Pack create certain plays, packages for Malik Willis going forward? It's tight. Last I checked, it was 51% saying no, 49% saying yes. So it's a tight one over there. Coming up next hour, this was back a few days ago, but Bruce Arians was talking about the past Packers offense with Up and Adams and Kay Adams, and he was asked the question, I think it's fair to say maybe some of the Packers offense and Jordan Love getting off to slow starts in that. How would he kind of fix the slow starts? How would he kind of do that? And I think it's a really good answer, and it's an interesting answer, and I think I wouldn't mind Green Bay trying to do this now. Maybe they are, and it's just they're not executing it. But I'll play this coming up at just past the top of the hour. So, C-Bob says, I couldn't proofread. I meant to say go cheer for the Vikings and McCarthy or the Bears in their 40 starting quarterbacks since 85 or whatever it's been. Surveyor, all in caps, saying, preach, C-Bomb, preach. So, yeah. We'll get back to more of that coming up here in just a little bit. Let's catch up with Morgs. Good morning, Morgan.
How you doing? You getting ready to go get the trophy buck this year?
Yeah.
You don't feel lucky?
No.
Really? Because my car schmucked one last week. It was pretty good.
Yeah. I'm a
They're
little
out there.
disappointed you didn't keep it.
I was going to, but we went back and
it was gone.
It was gone, but
okay.
I don't think it got. I don't think it ended well. Yeah, I think someone else took it because I don't think it hobbled off on its own. If you could take anybody out of the Hall of Fame,
which Hall of Fame?
Let's go football to start. If you could pluck anybody out of the Hall of Fame, like instead of inducting people and having the conversation about who goes in, or like Ryan Braun was recently, brought up for the Brewers, who would you walk in and pluck right off the wall?
He's in a Hall of Fame, but he's a coach, Bill Cowher. Okay,
so why?
Because I think Mike Holmgren has as good, if not a better resume. And
he's up this year too.
He is, and he has been the last few years.
Yeah.
I think Mike Holmgren should have been in before Bill Cowher.
Do you think this is his year, Holmgren's year?
No.
Because?
Bill Belichick's also a finalist.
Oh, that might. But that's more of a name check than anything else.
But Bill also has how many Super Bowls and such. So there's only one that gets in. So.
Is there a limit on how many times you can be nominated?
There's a certain time frame because that's why like Jerry Kramer. And then after a certain amount of time, we go to the senior committee and all that stuff. So, but
who are you taking out of the Baseball Hall of Fame then?
Oh boy, that's a tough one. I'd have to think about that one.
Personal or objectively, like maybe it's just I don't like this guy, so I'm gonna rip the name off.
Baseball's hard because I feel like they do maybe a little bit of a better job of being really stingy.
And fleecing a little bit.
Yeah. As frustrating as it is that I have with, not voting for a guy because you don't believe in first ballot ones, I think is just ridiculous.
Right.
I'd have to think about that one for a hot minute.
What about Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Oh, geez, don't even ask me
any
about
bands
that.
you're going to take out of there?
I am awful at music, so.
They have some pretty plump inductee lists from year to year. I'm like, really? Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Everybody gets in.
But then I feel like sometimes it's like when I see those lists come in, I'm like, how were they not already in?
That's kind of it, too. You're like, wait, I already thought they were in, but they're not.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think Ryan Braun's in?
No.
Make your call. No?
No.
No Holmgren, no Braun this year.
Nope.
Wisconsin's
Braun's
not getting the love.
never getting in.
Okay.
Never getting in.
You heard it here?
Yep. All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Tuesday morning. It is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. What the heck is grinding your gears, peeps? You can let us know by hitting us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or you can hit us up on the YouTube video stream if you'd rather do that. Also, give me the Hy-Vee game changer of the week. It could be a game-changing play. It could be a game-changing player, moment in a game, all that stuff. What do you got for me? All right, send those on over. We're going to talk some Badgers with Mr. RJ Cardinal coming up next hour, about 8:20. Badger Hoops, men's basketball, picking up another win last night. Now Friday, we get that big-time matchup going up against BYU. We'll hit that up. We'll talk some football, hockey, volleyball, all that good stuff with Mr. Cardinal coming up at about 8:20. We'll get back to some more Bucks talk. Obviously, everybody is kind of holding their breath and hoping that Giannis isn't out for an extended period of time. So we'll maybe find out more today. But if you missed it last night, Giannis left the game due to a groin strain, did not return. Doc Rivers after the game saying they'll know more today, but it didn't look good. So fingers crossed that he hopefully won't be out too long. So we finished up the first hour. Again, Jordan Love kind of getting back because we had Surveyor, we had C-Bomb using that as their grind my gears, calling out the Jordan Love non-believers and such. And I wanted to play a clip from Bruce Arians when he was up on Up and Adams with Kane Adams a couple days ago, and talking about maybe how do you fix some of the slow starts, because he talked about Jordan Love and maybe the Packers offense getting off to slower starts and such. And I thought it was an interesting, good answer, and I want to kind of go off that too. Benjamin and EC says here quickly, Jordan Love is an average quarterback. He has potential to improve, but he misses too many open receivers. I'll always cheer for the guy because he seems like a good dude, and that's my team. But a top 10 quarterback, I don't see it. So really quick, here is the clip, audio courtesy from Up and Adams.
Start slow. I don't know how to. I would love to know from you how to fix that. Is there a general coaching? I'm looking at Bo Nix. I'm looking at Jordan, Caleb Williams. Like these. I love the fourth quarter stuff because I'm a fan and I'm like, this is exciting. But I would also like some consistency and let's take care of business in the first half. What when it comes to developing a rhythm and slow starts, what would be your TED Talk main point?
Well, the best, big thing is to get the ball to your best playmakers early. And when you're scripting, that's something, for me, it was always, I got to get Larry Fitzgerald the ball early. I got to get Hines Ward the ball early because I'm going to ask them to do some things in the dirty part of the job and blocking and stuff. So I want them into it, and get the quarterback some easy stuff early and get them on the move, whatever it is. But yeah, and then you got to get explosive plays, and that's the one thing I see the Packers are not getting the explosive plays that they usually get.
All right, so again, that was audio courtesy from Up and Adams, K. Adams, and such. So, and I think that's an interesting thought. I think that's a good thought, and I think it kind of goes back to where, yesterday I'd like to see maybe a little bit more focus on Christian Watson into the game plan. So, I mean, you have Bruce Arians, who one of the better offensive-minded coaches in recent history in the NFL, talking about, hey, got to get Larry Fitzgerald, the ball, got to get him more involved, or get him involved early and such. Maybe get Christian Watson a little bit more involved early, and he mentioned those explosive plays. Maybe try to get that going right away earlier in these games. Get that rhythm going and such. Chris with the text saying to the texter who said Jordan Love misses too many wide open receivers, please explain to me then why he is top 10 in completion percentage, including all of the drops from his receivers. All right, we'll see if Benjamin says anything. And earlier in that clip, though, too, Bruce, he did mention he has not. Let me see if I can play it again. Earlier on, he did talk about the Packers receivers and the amount of drops that they have. Let me see if I can play that up here really quick.
How do you fix the Packers offense?
Ooh, yeah,
Oh
that's one
God!
that's a head scratcher. I mean, they look so good at times and so average at times. Yeah, and it's throughout the whole league. I've never seen somebody drop balls by NFL receivers in my life, and I don't know what it is, but lack of concentration. Too many young guys or whatever it is, but man, too many balls hitting guys right in the chest on third down and dropping them, and that's plagued them a little bit.
So there you go. I mean, even you got Bruce Arians saying dropped balls from those receivers. So, yeah, it's no question. How do you fix that? Is that a receiving coach question? Is it the practice habits? I don't know. But surveyor says that's my issue. A previous texter, you can throw out all the stats in the world, but some people are just stuck in their ways. Again, he has an adjusted completion percentage of over 80%. And not to pile on, but I do think though that there is, a lot of the great quarterbacks, good quarterbacks, still miss some open receivers. For crying out loud, I would argue, towards the end of Rodgers' tenure with Green Bay, what was the thing that a lot of fans were bugged out about? That maybe he targeted Devontae too much. Instead of hitting an open receiver, instead of attacking the open receiver, he would target somebody a little bit too much instead of spreading it around. I'm just throwing out different stuff out there. So, didn't expect that we would get on a Jordan Love debate here this morning. But, is there, and I guess I go back to this question. What does Love got to do? What's Love got to do with it? What does Jordan Love got to do to maybe make the other side of the fan base believers in him? Is it simply a Super Bowl? And would a Super Bowl even change some people's minds? Because would it be, and I know a lot would probably depend on if they go to the Super Bowl and if they win the Super Bowl, how they win the Super Bowl. Because if it's like, let's say, 2000 Ravens, Trent Dilfer, it's like because of the defense and the running game, which, yeah. But you know what I mean? So what would Love have to do maybe outside of winning a Super Bowl to, and I guess maybe I'm directing this at people at the Packers fans who are not necessarily Jordan Love believers. What does he have to do outside of a Super Bowl to get you to believe, to get you to feel like he is a top 10, top 15 quarterback? When you think about your top 10 quarterbacks in the league right now, how many of them do have rings? Patrick Mahomes, right? Jalen Hurts, if you have him in your top 10, top 15. Other than that, Josh Allen doesn't. Lamar Jackson doesn't. Joe Burrow doesn't. Matthew Stafford does. If you throw him in there, your top 10, top 15. So what would Love have to do for that? So, Living Dream Jeff says, I believe Love doesn't always see a wide open receiver, possibly what Ben meant. But I'd still argue the adjusted completion percentage, 80%, is still damn good. I feel like that's almost nitpicking if we're getting to that point. And again, I don't want to, sure, might miss some guys here or there, but what quarterback doesn't? It's easy for us to bird's eye view it and watch it on the all-22 film and watch the replay of it. We don't know what the progressions were supposed to be. Where's the 1, 2, 3? Where's the first read supposed to be? Where's the second, the third, the fourth? Ideally, yeah, we would love our human eyes to be able to see everything all at once. But he's got to go through the progressions. And in certain plays, where do those progressions go? Where do they start? Progression 1, the guy may be covered, but we see progression 3 is wide open right away. But if he's following the call and following the game plan and following what you're supposed to do, yeah, he's probably not going to see it right away. That's the stuff that we kind of take for granted or we don't think about a lot of. Mike in Chippewa says, Jordan Love has to be more consistent for me to believe he is in the top tier of quarterbacks. More consistent in what way? I would follow it up with. Consistent in what way? Because I think that's just kind of a blanket statement. He's got to be consistent. Okay, but in what way? Is it... we were just talking about completion percentage. I mean, he's a top 10, so his touchdown to turnover ratio is pretty darn solid. Surveyor says, to the people who see him as average, I want to know who you list ahead of him. I'm not arguing he's a top 3 or top 5 quarterback, but I'm arguing that he's much better than most people think of him. And I'd go to the consistency part too. Going back to that, okay, he's got receivers that are dropping balls left and right. Are you faulting Jordan for that? Are you faulting Jordan for an offensive line that can't protect longer than 3 seconds, it seems like half the time? Because I do think he gets, for whatever reason, like, I don't understand it. And he's not an Aaron Rodgers. He is not a Brett Favre. I don't know if I'd put him top 10, me personally, right now. Top 15 for sure. He's hovering around 10. And I do think he gets unfairly criticized. But let's have a friendly banter debate about it. Okay? Let's have a friendly conversation about it. Give me the case. You are a lawyer in the trial of Jordan Love, whether he is a top tier quarterback in this league. Make the case why you think he is, why he doesn't. Surveyor came with the facts earlier, or some stats, I should say. Came with some numbers. How would you counter that if you don't think he is? Or if you do, give me some more proof. Give me some more numbers. It'll be judged by a jury of your peers. Let's have some fun with this, okay? It's a good barstool conversation, man cave conversation. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. We can agree, we can disagree with it. It's the beauty thing about sports. But give me your reasons why and explain them. It's kind of like school. Show your work. I hated that, and I'll admit I hated that. I hated that in school. When I get the assignment back and the teacher would write on there, where's your work? Show your work. Well, my work was in the back of the book with the answer. Okay? That's where it was. So, all right. We'll take a quick break, get back to some more of your thoughts and comments coming up after these quick words. Winter activities are here. Skiing, snowboarding, ice skating. Question is, are you ready? Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine in Eau Claire is here to help you stay active and injury-free this season. From sports injuries to joint pain and arthritis, their experienced specialists provide personalized care and advanced treatments to get you back on the slopes or the ice quickly and safely. Don't let winter keep you on the sidelines. Schedule your appointment today by visiting cvosm.com. Again, that's cvosm.com. Also, this Friday, we're going to be doing a show from Hy-Vee as gets set to hit the woods. Everybody going out there, driving, hitting the roads, heading to deer camp and such. So stop by, get some supplies. I'm going to be handing out some stuff, including I've got a few Blaze Orange stocking caps, Sports Talk ones left. If you need a new one, hopefully I'll have enough left to give some out there. But we're also going to be taking donations for Thanksgiving, because then we're going to turn around those. And next Tuesday, a week from today, we're going to be at Hy-Vee handing out free turkeys. We've done this for the last couple of years and such, giving turkeys to those and families that may need a bird for this Thanksgiving to make their Thanksgiving a little extra special and such. So Friday, while we're doing the program, going to be taking, if you are able to donate anything, and we're going to switch around or go around and buy those turkeys and hand those turkeys out on Tuesday from 9 to 11 at Hy-Vee next Tuesday. So, but again, if you are hitting the road Friday morning and you need to stop by Hy-Vee, grab some supplies for deer camp and such, come over, say hi. Best of luck this upcoming deer season. So, we've got Mark saying, surveyor just asked the question I was going to ask about who are you putting ahead of him. The inconsistent part, Mahomes and Allen have had lesser games this year as well. Same deal. Sometimes it's on the coach calling the plays, having a lousy game. C-Bomb says Love is top 10 in completion percentage despite 8 drops in the past 6 quarters, not season, game and a half. Had he missed open wide receivers? Sure, but his completion percentage is higher than Jalen Hurts, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, and the list goes on. He doesn't have to be number one in everything to be considered an above-average quarterback that's capable of leading a team to a Super Bowl. I'm thankful we have 10. We could be the Jets or the Saints or the Raiders, but we are the Green Bay blanking Packers. Jeff says, I would like to know stats 20 yards or more, 20 and under, and screen passes. I could probably have a great completion rating in the NFL if I never had to throw for over 500 or 5 yards. Take the screen passes away and readjust that stat. Not that I'm anti-Love, but there isn't much yak on the team lately unless it's been a screen pass. Most balls over 20 yards are 50-50 balls. I'm not sure if our receivers can break through either. Well, for what it's worth, I'll have to double check it here. Jordan Love actually had one of the highest ratings for downfield throwing. So, I mean, when you're talking about throws down the field, Jordan Love actually had one of the higher ratings with that. Highest EPA, and that's something we have talked about in the past. And if you want to go, average yards per pass attempt, Jordan Love's top 10. He's 7th. 7.8. So, I mean, that's yards per attempt. 7.8. And again, I can do the next gen stats like we did. I think we even talked about it last week or the week before, with the advanced stats and downfield throws. Jordan Love is currently one of the better ones in the league. So, I mean, I guess I don't know what else to counter. I'll see if I can do it on the fly here. This is where I need surveyor. Look it up. You're my unofficial researcher and such, or C-Bomb right now, since you were looking up those numbers that you sent over, C-Bomb. So staying with Packers, but just really quickly, Matt LaFleur yesterday addressing the media and such, kind of some injury updates. Josh Jacobs, Sounds like it's a knee contusion, nothing serious, nothing structurally, ligaments, all that stuff. But kind of day-to-day, not out for the Minnesota game. I'll be curious to see how they play it, though, because it is a short week with the Lions. Thursday, Thanksgiving, going over to Detroit. Are they going to be cautious with Josh Jacobs? Make sure he's ready to go for that game. We'll see how it kind of plays out this week. Josh Jacobs, I would think, is one of those players, and we've heard this before with certain players, but he's one of those players that you probably don't need to have him at practice in order to play in the game. He's a veteran, highly talented player, one of the better running backs in the league. They'll probably give him up to game time, but a lot of it's going to be how he recovers, how he's feeling, pain level, tolerance, that sort of stuff. When LaFleur yesterday was asked about anybody coming off of or opening up the 21-day practice window for some of their injured reserve players, that would be Jaden Reed and Marshawn Lloyd, didn't answer, but apparently had a big old smile on his face and said, I hope so. We'll see. Even if they open up that window, I wouldn't expect those guys to play against Minnesota. I would love Jaden Reed back, though. And right now with Josh Jacobs banged up, I'd love Marshawn Lloyd back for some depth. But Marshawn Lloyd, it's just, I don't know what to expect from him. I don't know what we have. I think the potential is there. Every time he's had an opportunity in the regular season, he's been hurt, or even in the preseason and postseason. He shows us these small, in his limited opportunities, these flashes some awesome stuff, and I think he could be kind of he's a little bit of a more of a game changer, I would say, than Emmanuel Wilson. And that's not a knock on Emmanuel Wilson. I think Emmanuel Wilson's a very solid running back, and he has helped out this team tremendously. Marshawn Lloyd's a little bit different. I think he could bring a little bit of a different element. It's just, can you trust him? Can you trust him? And a lot of it has to deal with the injury side of things. And it stinks because we've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for Marshawn Lloyd to get on the field and stay healthy and be a big part of this offense, maybe kind of to relieve Josh Jacobs in some of this stuff. But we just haven't seen it. We haven't seen it yet. So I would love Josh Jacobs back very soon, though. Very, very soon. I want to see that. Because I think, or not Josh Jacobs, Jaden Reed, I'm sorry. Jaden Reed. When he is back, I'm sure they're going to have to knock some rust off and that, but that's a guy who I think could really help out this offense, kind of get it back into gear here, adds a different element. Everybody just assumes Jaden Reed's a slot guy, but he could do so much more. And I think once he's back and he's up to speed and he's got a little bit of that rust knocked off, that is going to be a big boost for this offense and a much-needed boost at this point in time. All right, quick break. We'll get back to some more texts that are flying through here. You can let us know. Hit us up, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text or on the YouTube stream. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Deer season nearly upon us. You're getting everything packed up, ready to go. You're game planning, pre-planning everything. Well, when it comes to where should you take your deer when you need to get it processed after you get that deer, make it simple on yourself. Mike's Star Market, our good friends at Mike's Star Market, west side of Eau Claire, 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire. Hey, by the way, too, if you're looking for a little bit of seasonal help, Mike's Star Market is looking for you when it comes to deer season. Handling, skinning, cutting deer, helping with processing, flexible with available hours and such. So check them out on Facebook, Mike's Star Market on Facebook if you are interested. But again, if you get that deer this year and you're not sure where to take it, make it simple on yourself and drop it off at Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. Roddy says, this is my take on Love. It's fourth quarter, 2:30 to go. We have the ball on the 20, down by 2 points. We win 85% of the time. Down by 5, we win 20% of the time. Give him an offensive line, those odds go up. Jeff, I found some numbers for you in terms of throwing the ball down the field and pass attempts, yards per pass attempt and such. So let's start it off. Intended air yards per pass attempt, meaning average depth of the target, whether it's completed or not. The league average is 7.7. Jordan Love is higher than the league average, 8. He's higher than Bo Nix. He's higher than Lamar Jackson. He's higher than Jaden Daniels, higher than Dak Prescott, higher than Justin Herbert, way higher than Aaron Rodgers. Intended air yards on all pass attempts, whether completed or not. Jordan Love is higher than Jalen Hurts, higher than Sam Darnold, higher than Josh Allen, higher than Jared Goff, way higher than Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, J.J. McCarthy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So top half in the league. Completed air yards, total yards completed, passes traveled in the air, past the line of scrimmage before being caught. Okay, so the amount of yards it's traveled before being caught past the line of scrimmage. Jordan Love, 8th most in the NFL, higher than Josh Allen, higher than Trevor Lawrence, higher than Jalen Hurts, way higher than Jared Goff, way higher than Aaron Rodgers. 8th best. So, I mean, completed air yards per completion, yards the ball traveled in the air past the line of scrimmage prior to completion. Jordan Love, above the league average. So, I mean, he's higher than Dak Prescott in that, higher than Patrick Mahomes, higher than Jared Goff, higher than Aaron Rodgers. So, I mean, that kind of helps answer some of those questions, right? He's getting the ball down the field. He's throwing the ball down the field. And he's got that completion percentage and that adjusted completion percentage. It's been a hot topic this morning, something I kind of really, I'll be honest, I didn't expect we'd get into here a little bit. But it is what it is. For those... Again, make the case. We're kind of having a little fun with this. We're having a fun conversation. With Jordan Love. It started off with a Grind My Gears, a Toys Ford Grind My Gears, Surveyor, C-Bomb, a couple others grinding their gears about fans not maybe believing in Jordan Love. So let's have a little trial duty, or a little trial here. The case for Jordan Love. This was a texter a little bit earlier. Don't have a name. But they say, I'm a Vikings fan who gets stuck watching Packers games in our area, and listening to some of these Packers fans just absolutely rip on Jordan Love just has me laughing and shaking my head. I would take Jordan Love any day of the week over J.J. McCarthy. I'm not ready to give up on McCarthy because he's only started a few games here, but to listen to some Packers fans have these ridiculous reasons why they're not a believer in Jordan Love just has me rolling. Get over it, Packers fans. You have a very good quarterback that can lead you to a Super Bowl championship. All right, that's That's all right. So that's from a fan that's obviously not a Packers fan. And I know we have some. So I'd be curious to hear from maybe a Bears fan, a Lions fan, maybe some more Vikings fans. What are their thoughts on Jordan Love as a quarterback? What are their thoughts? Let me know. Hit me up with the text. Okay. 715-830-1912. We'll get back to some more texts. I know we kind of give you a little bit of a break here, just a skosh here. So, but first hour we talked some Bucks, and still waiting on anything surrounding Giannis. Giannis leaving the game early due to a groin strain, they're calling it. But dude was like, you could just tell last night he was on a mission. I mean, just coming out hot. You could tell Giannis wanted that game against Cleveland. Gave me like flashbacks to the Knicks game earlier this season. And that was something we were talking a little bit about yesterday leading up to that game was, Giannis going to treat this game very similar to that Knicks game, knowing, when you listen to his comments after that Knicks game, kind of saying, hey, we got swept by this team last year. We got to beat teams like this. And they already lost to Cleveland earlier this year. So I kind of assumed that Giannis was going to probably come in with maybe just a little bit more extra motivation this one. And boy, did it sure look like he did. But then he gets hurt. A groin strain. Now, we don't know how long he's going to be out. Nothing officially official. But now with this Bucks team at 8-7, if he does miss some extended time, an extended amount of time, where does this Bucks team go from here? I'm very concerned and I'm very nervous because this team is strictly built around Giannis, runs through Giannis. He misses any time, this team they're screwed. If he misses any extended period of time, they're screwed. It is what it is. They don't have a clear-cut number 2 option. I love Miles Turner. I loved the addition of Miles Turner. He is a great complement to Giannis. But can he carry a team? Right now, I would say no. He cannot. And the Bucks are going to need him. They're going to need him to help carry this team. Bucks are going to need everybody to step up their game one more level. One more level. They got to find another notch. Got to hit that notch. Because if he's going to be out, and that's the thing with these soft tissue injuries, they can linger. And with Giannis's game, I mean, he's not like just a dude who's going to post up and, play on the block the whole time or a spot-up shooter. This is a guy that, for crying out loud, is running up and down the court, using his legs, driving a lane, this, that, the other thing. He can't play with this type of injury. He can't. So if he's going to be missing any extended amount of time, it is going to be rough. It's going to stink. I'm not feeling too confident about this Bucks team with no Giannis. Hopefully we get some good news, but I'm not really holding my breath here. John says, in love we trust. Surveyor also says, most pass yards per attempt. Love averages 7.8 yards, 7th most in the NFL, only behind Sam Darnold, Drake May, Jackson Allen, Daniel Jones, and Jared Goff. So, again, let's have a little trial here. Give me your reasons, your explanations, your facts, whatever you want to call them, in the case of Jordan Love. Why do you feel like he's what's the best way we should say this? Above average, top tier quarterback? Below average, below tier? Whatever side you're on. Make the argument. Make the case. Let's have a little fun with this. It's our sports courtroom. All right? Sports courtroom. Let's go to trial here. You guys are the expert witnesses, okay? I'm calling on you, all of you right now. You're expert witnesses in this thing. Give me the reasons. Give me the case. Show your work. Continue to send those on over. All right. I know you got to give me your opinion either way. Don't hide it. Everybody's got an opinion on this. Everybody listening right now has got an opinion on Jordan Love, okay? I know you do, so don't hide it. Send it on over. Don't be bashful, okay? Don't be bashful. We got Joe that says Jordan Love to me is a top 10 quarterback. I don't think he's a great quarterback. I don't think he's a top 5 by any means. But when you look at some of the numbers that you and Sam have been mentioning, and anybody who has watched games, especially last week's game, knows he is a very, very good quarterback. And I really hope a lot of people are box score scouting this thing. And if you are box score scouting Jordan Love based off last game, like a lot of national people were yesterday, go back and watch it, or maybe watch it for the first time. Some of the throws that the guy had, and I'll be honest, when you watch it a first time, you probably take it for granted, and you don't really maybe appreciate or realize what a great throw some of that stuff was. But there was a few, especially when he's on the move, and I think that's a key thing that Matt LaFleur, I would like to see this Packers offense do a little bit more of, is get Jordan Love on the move, rolling him out a little bit. Especially if you're going to have issues, consistent issues on the offensive line with the protection. Get him on the move a little bit. Because that guy, especially in that game on Sunday, he could throw on the run. He's got a pretty ball. And he's pretty darn accurate. You know, we look at the catches by these receivers, and they're like fantastic catches and such. Like Christian Watson's catch, fantastic. Savion Williams' catch, fantastic. Those throws, though, fantastic to get them to that point. So, rightfully so, we pay attention to the amazing catches. But those throws were pretty darn awesome, too. Final break for this second hour as we approach halftime here. Continue to send me your thoughts. Text them on over. We'll be back after these quick words. Winter is coming. So is your vehicle ready for some holiday travel? At AJM Automotive in Eau Claire, their expert technicians will make sure your car is prepared for snow, ice, and long trips. From brake checks, tire changes, battery tests, to fluid inspections, they've got you covered. And if you do run into trouble, AJM Automotive offers towing services to get you safely off the road. Don't wait. Call 715-835-8523 or stop by today at 1919 Brackett Avenue. AJM Automotive, keeping you safe on the road and ready for winter. A few more texts to get to here. Surveyor, again, give me a list of who is better. He's calling you guys out, so answer Surveyor, peeps. Give me a list of who's better. Then we can judge, but not a single person has yet to give any of us any argument of why he's bad or average. Rodney says, the love numbers you are quoting are awesome, so why are we not blowing teams out of the water? I think it's a combination of, well, one, taking always 2 steps or 1 step forward and 2 steps back. I think penalties have been a big factor in stopping Green Bay from putting up more points, getting into, red zone, getting on the opposite side of the field. Because what was it? Was it the Carolina game? Wasn't the number like every drive they got into Carolina territory, but then something happened. Like offensive line holding, drop ball, failed conversion on third down because of a drop pass. It's always they're just stepping or shooting themselves in the foot. Another texter, don't have a name. I like the idea of making a Malik package. He has proved every time that when we need him, he'll make a play, and I definitely think that opens the door and puts the defense on edge. Could even have Jordan, Love, and Malik on the field at the same time. They did that for a couple plays towards the end of last year. We saw that. The one thing I would say with that, though, if you have both those guys on the field, would be I think it kind of limits, or it kind of have an expectation of know what's probably coming if you have both those guys on the field. It's not to say it can't be done, but it kind of maybe tips the hand a little bit of what to expect. Like I said yesterday, I'm not completely opposed to it, but I think the biggest thing is that if you can have your running game established, or you have Josh Jacobs in the backfield, like the Giants game, as we were saying yesterday, if there was a game for Malik Willis to come in and play some extended time, it was probably against the Giants, because they are awful at stopping the run, especially as of late. They're awful at, they were giving up a 5.5 yards per carry, heading in the game at 5.4, and they ended up allowing 5.5 per carry. Second to last in the league at stopping the run. So if there was a game for Malik Willis to come in and maybe be effective, it was probably that one. Not to diminish what he could do and such, and I think, he does give you a different element, but I think, and that's why we made it a poll question, and it's 50-50 right now. And there's valid arguments on each side. One, do you want to take the ball out of Jordan Love's hands? Two, you talk about momentum and rhythm. I think somebody brought up, talk about Jordan Love getting into a rhythm and such. Would that kind of get that? Would that take that rhythm out of play? It's a tough one. Because I think if Malik Willis is out there, the first thought is probably RPO, maybe running it, bootlegging it, negative bootleg. That's where I'd like Green Bay, if he's going to be out there, to have that running game going, have it established, and maybe even have Josh Jacobs back there too, because then at least you could say, all right, do we got to try to stop Jacobs or Malik Willis? Which way is this going to go? Keep your thoughts coming on the good old Jordan Love topic here. This one has been a lot of fun. Good banter, good debate going back and forth. All right, send them on over, 715-830-1912. All right, text them on over. Coming up in about 20 minutes or so, we'll switch gears and talk some Badgers. We've got RJ Cardinal joining us. Badger basketball, men's basketball, picking up the W last night, off to a 4-0 start. Big game coming up Friday afternoon, going up against 9th-ranked BYU. I'm excited for this matchup. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the final 2 weeks of this Badger football season. Got Illinois, and then the battle for the Axe. Talk some hockey, talk some Badger volleyball, all things Badgers with our guy, Mr. R.J. Cardinal. Continue to send me your Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesdays and your Hy-Vee game changers. The player, the play, the moment that was a game changer. Doesn't have to be a top 10 play. Doesn't have to be a play that shows up in the stat sheet. But it was a play that you would define as a game-changing play. Halftime, 2 in. We got 2 more to go. We'll be back after these news updates. Kicking off the second half right now this morning. Thanks for hanging out. Good conversations, good bantering going back and forth, good respectful bantering going back and forth. I love it. All surrounding one Mr. Jordan Love. Either you love Love or you hate Love. Love stink. No, I'm just kidding. I'm being a little dramatic there. But hey, I appreciate the conversation that's going back and forth here on this Tuesday morning. A Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday morning. You got something that's been bugging you? You want to get it off your chest? Share it with the rest of us? Let me know. Okay? Text it 715-830-1912. Also, Who or what is your Hy-Vee game changer? Could be a game-changing moment. Could be a game-changing play. Could be a player. Whatever it is, make your picks, okay? Make your picks this morning. Coming up in about 15 minutes or so, we'll switch gears and talk all things Badgers. Badger hoops last night with a victory to go 4-0 to begin their season. 94-69 against Southern Illinois University Edwardsville. Blackwell, Boyd, each over 20 points in the game. That backcourt, man, this is going to be fun to watch Blackwell and Boyd together this year. Embrace it, Badgers fans. Enjoy it. Love it. Austin Rapp also contributing 15 points. Good to see him and Nolan Winter both with 8 boards. Nolan Winter just 9 points, but even Blackwell getting in on it with 6 rebounds, crashing the boards. That's what you got to do when we get to Big Ten season and such. And we got a huge matchup coming up on Friday, 9th-ranked BYU. So I'm looking forward to that one. I can't wait. Can't wait. Love this early season kind of gauge, litmus test for this Badger basketball team. After that game against BYU, they've got Providence then next Thursday. And then Northwestern, Marquette, Nebraska, Villanova, Central Michigan, Milwaukee, and then the new year's going to kick off where it's all straight up Big Ten foes. Number 1, Purdue coming at you on January 3rd. We got a ways before that, though. But, yeah, I can't wait for Friday's game. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the final 2 weeks of the regular season for this Badger football team. Saying it yesterday, I'm a little bit more into these final 2 weeks because I want to beat Bielema, and I want the axe from Minnesota. I want Paul Bunyan's axe. Okay? Let's win these 2 weeks. Not all will be forgotten from this year, but for crying out loud, let's just win these 2 weeks and give us something to be happy about for this Badger football season. So, Brandon's mom, I can't say that. We'll just say, give him a line and see what he can do, so everyone can be quiet. We'll keep it clean and say, be quiet. So I don't want to tell people that, Brandon's mom. Come on. But hey, keep those coming. I'll definitely clean it up for you. Is that your grind my gears, Brandon's mom? Is that what's grinding your gears right now? I love it. I love it. What else do we got here? We'll get back to some more Bucks chat, too. Bucks falling last night. A couple days off. Then they got the game against the 76ers. But we're all kind of waiting and seeing what's going to happen with Giannis with that groin injury. How long is he going to be out? Is it going to be a long time? Is it going to be an extended time? I feel like it's going to be a little bit here, especially since it's a soft tissue injury, and those can kind of linger in that. So I'm holding my breath. But I'm not too confident with this thing. Not confident. Just a really quick baseball note in case anybody's wondering. So, Hall of Fame ballot came out. 2026 Hall of Fame was released yesterday. 12 new names. Ryan Braun's on there. Okay, Ryan Braun is on the ballot. I would hope that no Brewers fan is expecting Ryan Braun to make the Hall of Fame. I'd hope that they're not expecting that he's going to make the Hall of Fame. He's not. Okay? He's not. Career-wise, 352 home. I mean, he won't make it just based off numbers alone. He won't do that. But let's also kid ourselves with the PED thing. I mean, that also is going to keep him out. So, I mean, there's two. He's got a great WAR. I mean, he's a 47.2 WAR. Finishes with a 296 batting average. I don't think he has the numbers alone to get in, but the PED stuff on top of it isn't going to help him. So, just throwing it out there. I hope that there's no Brewers fans expecting him to get in. because he's not. He's not. But it kind of throws the question out there, past or present. You know, we do this when it comes to the Packers. Who would be the next Milwaukee Brewers player to be in the Baseball Hall of Fame? Past or present? Is there somebody that legitimately you'd think should or could be in the Baseball Hall of Fame? You know, Ryan Braun, take away the PED stuff, but it's almost maybe a little similar to kind of like Donald Driver. Donald Driver ain't making the Hall of Fame, not the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's just, that's not going to happen. I know there's some Packers fans that want it, expect it, think he should. It's not. It's not. Great player, fan favorite, but it won't. So who is that next Brewer? I don't think it's going to – does Yelich – I don't know. Like, even Yelich with his home runs, it's 233 so far in his career. Trying to think of some players past or present right off the top of my mind that should be or will be in going into the Hall. It's way too early to talk about Mizorowski. Way too early if that's somebody is throwing that out there. No. Let's pump the brakes on that one. I mean, of course, Sal Frelick, the greatest baseball player of all time, is probably going to be, in the Hall of Fame. So, I mean, for crying out loud, that's the easiest answer. The GOAT, Sal Frelick. I'm kidding for anybody who doesn't know that. I'm being sarcastic. I'm just a huge Sal Frelick fan. But if I'm missing someone, I probably am. Who do you think should be, past or present? Again, I'm just kind of blanking off the top of my mind. Well, CeCe's in. Or you're talking Craig Counsell or CeCe Sabathia, surveyor? Because CeCe got in last year. But he went in as a Yankee, got the hat on and such. But I'm talking like legit Brewer player. Like legit, that's a guy that he's going to go in as a Brewer, putting the cap on for a Brewer. Pat Murphy wins a World Series with his two-time Manager of the Year. Does he automatically get in just to win? Is whoever the manager is to lead the Brewers to a World Series title? Do they just get in because it's like, hey, that's going to be rare, and that's probably not going to happen again for a long time. So let's put that guy in there. Maybe, I don't know, but man, that's tough. I do think though, going back to Braun, I do think his 8 is going to be retired eventually. And I know that's a debate that we can have if and when it does happen. I think as long as Mark Atanasio is owner, it is going to happen eventually. I think we saw that first step last year. Was it 2 years ago? Was it the walk or the Wall of Fame for Braun, and they had the ceremony on the field and such? That was a step, I think, towards putting that 8 up with those retired numbers. I do think eventually that's going to happen, especially if Mark Atanasio is going to remain owner for the foreseeable future for the Brewers. I think that's going to happen. Hall of Fame, no, but I think that's going to happen. Yelich, I think, is going to get his number retired by the Brewers. I think 22 is eventually going to be up there when it's all said and done. But those would be, I can't see anybody else. I don't think Prince Fielder would, no. But I mean, right now, too, we haven't seen anybody wearing 8 since Braun's called it a career, right? I mean, that's another kind of indication, too, that we haven't seen anybody don the 8. And when Yelich kind of calls it a career, we're not going to see anybody don the 2-2. That's my belief. I don't think it's going to happen. So, all right. Tell you what, let's take a quick break, and we're going to switch gears here and talk some Badgers. Lots to catch up on with Mr. Cardinal. So we'll go ahead and do that. Take a break, and then talk some hoops, talk some football, talk some hockey, talk some volleyball. Everything's Badgers in just a few minutes.
Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a
Looking for a great place to gather with friends, enjoy a meal, or catch your favorite game? VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire has got you covered. From delicious food and drinks to community events and entertainment, there's always something for everyone and always something going on at the VFW Post 305. So bring your family, meet your neighbors, or just relax and enjoy the friendly atmosphere. VFW Post 305, your local spot for food, fun, and community in Eau Claire. Check them out at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. We're going to talk some Badgers this morning with our Badger expert, Mr. R.J. Cardinal. Good morning, R.J. How you doing, sir?
Morning. Pretty good. How are you?
Not bad, man. I'm, coming off that Badger game last night, looking ahead to, I've been talking about that Friday game against BYU, dude. I'm pumped for this thing. I'm excited for this thing to come up. I don't know about you, but.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a pretty good game, I think. I'm really looking forward to it as well. It'll be interesting, since it was supposed to be a Saturday night game and then got moved to Friday at 3 p.m. So, whatever that has to do with anything, Wisconsin had some guarantees that were broken by whatever the Day of Bad Boy Mowers series is. So, interesting to see what'll happen here, but no complaints we've heard from Wisconsin yet. No reason to put bulletin board material out there for the number 7 team in the country and the number 1 overall recruit who got paid to go to a Mormon prep school and basically then automatically enroll at BYU, which they're now doing in basketball and football and other sports. But it's the NIL world we live in.
Right, exactly. But Badgers getting another win last night. Blackwell, Boyd, the backcourt, over 20 points each, 9 to remain 4-0 undefeated to begin the season. So a good early, I tried to combine those two words there, a good early litmus test for this team on Friday, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 4-0 right now and not really challenged in any of those. So looking at your first real test of the year before you go on to a little run of some Power 5, whatever, majors now with BYU, Providence, Marquette, Nebraska, Northwestern, Villanova, and for the next little run here until we get, I guess, a little reprieve in competition with Central Michigan and UWM. Nothing against them, but just the difference between major conferences and mid-major conferences, could end up being close games, but a lot of people were upset after Wisconsin's first half last night, and I think they forgot games are 2 halves. Didn't cover, but still put up 94 points and walked away with an easy victory, pulling away in the second half. But so far so good for the Badgers, and really looking forward to see what they can do against the number 1 overall recruit in the nation and the BYU Cougars.
Yeah. Football wise, they fall to Indiana, but I said this, RJ. I don't know. I'm kind of more now into this football team for the next 2 weeks here because 1, I really want to beat Bielema, but 2, I really, really, really want that Paul Bunyan axe here for the final game of the regular season. So another defensive effort against Indiana. I think for the most part, at least from some of the fans that we had yesterday talking about, hey, defense, can't complain too much. Yeah, 31 points, but especially first half, keeping it close and such. From what you've seen from the defensive effort, how do you feel about heading into this Illinois game with Brett Bielema coming back to Camp Randall?
Well, I mean, going back to the game on Saturday, like you said, first half was looking pretty darn good. Offensively, you were moving the ball, not necessarily putting any points up. Once again, you had Nathaniel Vakos miss a field goal badly as his first kick, so I don't know what his issue is on first kicks of the day, but he seems to correct it. Never got a chance to correct it again. But, you had the touchdown there on 4th and inches that everybody and their mom thought it was going to be a fullback dive and you release the tight end who's wide open by 10 yards and put points on the board to tie the game at 7-7. And yeah, you held them to 10 points in the first half. Then you turn over the ball twice and give them plus field position. Short fields, one touchdown was 21 yards to make up for, I think that was after the fumble, and then had only 48 yards to go on the interception. So 14 points off turnovers, not saying that's going to end up winning the game, but I mean, you take 14 off the board and it's only 17-7. Offensively, still a lot to be desired. And I mean, you hear the coaching staff now, they keep saying we haven't run the offense we plan to install this year at all this year. So that's never a good thing.
Yeah.
But defensively, I think we're seeing really good things out of them. And like I said, I mean, we talk about basketball. It's the day and the age of NIL. We have to see what actually is going to be coming back after next year in terms of money and all that. So we'll really have to see what kind of investment the athletic department is putting into football to put together a competitive team. Because at least front seven wise, you're going to be wanting to keep a few of these guys.
Mm-hmm. With this Illinois game and such, I mentioned want to beat Bielema on that. It's more for the fans' perspective, right? Because, I mean, these guys, they probably, maybe some of them know about Bielema being a former Badger coach and such. But, I mean, this is probably more geared towards the fans really wanting to come away with a victory in this one because it's Brett Bielema.
Yeah, I'd say player-wise, just getting another win is on their books. But, yeah, definitely more of the fan perspective here to really want a win at home versus Bielema. So, yeah, it'll be I think it'll be a good game. Defensively, I think they'll be able to match up well against Illinois. Offensively, take care of the football, and it'll be a tight game, much like we saw against Washington. Now, granted, weather was a big factor there. Also, in the Oregon game, weather was a factor. Not sure the overall forecast. I don't think there's weather that's supposed to be hitting Madison on Saturday night, but I think it has the potential to be a game that Wisconsin can be in, and as long as the offense tries to help cooperate in some way, shape, or form, you have a shot, I think. Much like against Indiana. For a good portion of the game, I mean, you were winning field position. You were able to kind of, after a field goal and a touchdown, let's see, you made them punt. Touchdown after our missed field goal. You had them punt twice. They got a field goal after we scored. But like the defense held them to some 3 and outs. Like it was a good day. So I think defensively we're gonna be able to stay in this game, but the offense needs to have drives much like they did the first drive against Indiana, and I know those are scripted plays and all that, and adjustments happen based off of those scripted plays, but it's something that really needs to help your defense out. Stay on the field as long as you can. Avoid Carter Smith passing at all costs. And just protect the football when you're running it. So it'll be an interesting game. It's one of those that in the last few weeks, though, watching the team, there's a little more hope for a win than I would have said before the Oregon game.
Yeah, no kidding. RJ, so I know the Axe game's coming up next week, but just really quick, you were involved with the program and such. Kind of give us an idea, like just how important, how does that game and that tradition get amped up with the team? Kind of like how important was it for you guys when you were with the team to come away with that axe?
Well, we had coaches who had coached on both sides of the rivalry. One of the coaches, Jim Huber, had a whole presentation they did on Sunday, history of the axe and all that kind of stuff, and the meaning behind it, and how it represents Paul Bunyan's axe that he dragged that created the Mississippi River, all that kind of stuff. And it was really drilled in that this is the rivalry, because up until whenever the Heartland Trophy was created, this was Wisconsin's only trophy game, and it really was one players bought into and all that sort of thing. But it was on loop, axe celebrations over the years on the TVs in the locker room, and it really is a week. So it becomes really important. And now, especially since, maybe if you win 2 games, you'll have a chance to be bowl eligible. But I think right now, if I was reading things correctly, the projection of 6-6 teams or greater would fill bowl games, I think. So probably not going to happen. Going to Minneapolis is your bowl game. And hopefully you got a team that can leave it all out on the field. I mean, the Gophers aren't lighting anything up as much as people would like to think Minnesota is, because they're going to qualify for another bowl game here. They haven't had the hardest schedule. I mean, you've common opponents. You played Ohio State and lost 42-3. You played Oregon and lost 42-13. Other than that, you played Purdue, Nebraska. I guess Iowa. They lost 41-3. I mean, in 2 of those, I guess you could say they scored.
Yeah.
But they scored 6 points against Iowa and Ohio State combined, and Wisconsin didn't. But defensively, were able to hold them. And I mean, still Minnesota, a little more dynamic offense than it has been in the past. But I mean, that's one that everybody, in some way, shape, or form, they need somebody to come in and really reiterate how important this is, not only to the program and you getting that axe back, but to the fans and what it means for the border battle, and not just in football, but it spans across all sports. So it's one of those that I hope somebody within the program, or they bring in somebody who can really hit it home on what this rivalry means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no kidding. Hey, moving over to volleyball here quick, because tomorrow we got at the Fieldhouse number 9 Purdue coming over to take Wisconsin on. And right now, you look at this Badger volleyball team, RJ, in their last 3 matches. I mean, 3-0 to Indiana, 3-0 to Michigan State, 3-0 to Illinois. Before that, too, you had 3-1 against Minnesota, 3-0 against Ohio State. So it's like ever since that Nebraska match, this team has been rolling hot right now.
Yeah, and like we talked about before that Nebraska game, it was hopefully get one,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean that was a tall task against the number 1 team in the country, and I mean they're number 1 by leaps and bounds. So like they have rebounded. They gave up 1 versus Minnesota in terms of sets. For games. No, I don't know what it is in volleyball. But yeah, they've been rolling ever since. And with number 9 coming into town It's going to be a good matchup. I think Wisconsin's ranked 10th right now. So yeah, big ranked matchup coming on in. Hopefully take care of business and move on to Iowa coming up Sunday. But it should be a good time. I'd assume it's probably sold out. Wouldn't think you can get tickets for a ranked matchup in Madison anymore. But it should be a good matchup, and I think it's just on BTN, so should be able to tune in and watch.
Nice. I like it. Switching to hockey right now, RJ. So the men's team coming off of a split against Ohio State, dropping last Friday 1-5, but then coming back and picking up a win in OT. And this is a Badger men's team that's off to an 8-2-2 start. What's the talk like down in Madison about this team heading into year 3 with Mike Hastings? I know we've talked about it before. Year 1 with Hastings was awesome. Year 2, they lost a lot of guys, a little bit of a down year. So what's the narrative like, or what's the talk like surrounding this team now that we've got about 12 games into the season so far?
Just the vast improvement over last year's team. And, I mean, still a lot of roster turnover with transfers and freshmen coming from the USHL and WHL. So a little older of a freshman class. But just the talent that they're putting on the ice is much better than last year's. And, I went to Saturday night's game, which they won in overtime. But overall on the weekend, I really think Ohio State outskated them, especially in Friday night's game. But, I mean, you had a 2-goal lead in the third period that really let Ohio State back in, and they were just out hustling the Badgers on Saturday night. But luckily, we were able to pull through and get an extra point there on the overtime win. Just talent-wise, the expected talent you see that and are used to at Wisconsin historically is coming back, and that's really the turnaround here, because Hastings is a good coach. When you only have now one losing season in your entire coaching career, it's a testament to you that over a long period of time with multiple teams and multiple iterations of those teams with different personnel on the ice, it's something to hang your hat on. And now I think with the influx of talent that has been recruited via the portal and with freshmen coming in, it's definitely an uptake for the Badgers. And as we get, you've already, split with the number 2 team in the nation. So as you get into the grit of the rest of the Big Ten season, plus you have the holiday tournament over in Milwaukee coming up here too. So you got BC and a couple other big names that are going to be there. I think Western Michigan as well. You have a shot to really put some stuff down on tape to show how vastly improved you are from over a year ago. But I think we were already seeing that with the start of the season so far.
Yeah, and maybe another opportunity at the back end of this week, because they're going to be visiting Michigan State, which I think USCHO.com has them as the number 1 team in the country right now.
Correct. They are the number 1 team in the country, 9-1. So it'll be a tough matchup this weekend. And actually, Wisconsin's not home now until I think January.
Yeah, against Alaska. So
yeah, yep. And then right after Anchorage, Michigan State comes calling again. So big weekend this weekend. Hopefully, this is one because Michigan State's also one who turned it around really quickly. I think the coach right now is like in his third or fourth year maybe. But he's one who, the coach before that, I think they hired the commissioner of the CCHA, and that failed miserably. But they've gone in and hit the ground running in recruiting and transfer portal and really turned the program around. It's good for Big Ten hockey because, I mean, you got 3 in the top 10 right now, I think it is, and Wisconsin's one of them. So overall, though, going to be a tough series. It's definitely one, especially on the road, you'll really want to dig in and hopefully get a split with the number 1 team in the country. And yeah, I mean, Wisconsin's done it before, and they've gone and won versus number 1 teams in the country. I mean, what was Michigan when they swept them in Michigan? It might have been number 1 or number 2, like last year or 2 years ago. I can't remember which one, but so they have done it recently, and hopefully this weekend you can give it a try and look good and at least not outclassed by the number 1 team in the country. Because I mean, even though even if you get swept and it's a rout, that can be a little demoralizing. But swept and 1-goal games, I mean, that's nothing to hang your head about. But like I said, especially on the road, number 1, you're really looking to pull off a split this weekend.
And then the women's team, number 1 in the country, going to be going up against 15th ranked St. Thomas. But you know, they're Badgers 12-1-1 to begin the season here too. So I mean, that's kind of just rinse and repeat. What else do you say about this squad that your former coach Mark Johnson has going on right now?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not one to expect a long losing streak or anything like that with this team. You know, just a class above a lot of teams in the country, and most of the good teams that you'll face are all your conference opponents. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing what Wisconsin can do here the rest of the way. It's really one of those, though, I think, get through the regular season and just get to the NCAA playoffs again, just to see what they can do come postseason. But yeah, it kind of sucks when it's just like a ho-hum. We got a win and a tie and got the extra point because we won in the shootout and all that. So yeah, really good things still from the women's program. And yeah, I guess just situation normal there.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, RJ, before I let you go, prediction time. Badgers taking on Illinois. What you got?
Oh, like it's one of those. I'd love to pick a win, but just offensively, I'm not sure it can happen. I really would like to, though, but I can't. So I guess I'll go Illinois 17, Wisconsin 10.
All right. Last game for you at Camp Randall this year too, right?
Yeah, last home game, which it wasn't a 6:30 start.
Yeah.
You know, there used to be a time when the Big Ten wouldn't allow night games in November because it got too cold across the conference. So too bad we can't just stick the night games in on the West Coast. But
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to grin and bear it for this one. Hopefully I won't have to bring out the flannel line jeans or anything like that. But who knows?
Right. Well, hey, bring back a W, buddy. We appreciate the time, and hopefully we're talking about that and previewing the Axe game next week with you, sir.
Sounds good. I'll see what I can do, and we'll talk to you then.
You got it. There you go. There's RJ Cardinola joining us here this morning. Good stuff as always with Mr. RJ. All right, we got to take a quick break. Got to play a little catch up here, so we'll do that. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. This holiday season, give your home a fresh new look with Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether it's cozy carpet for the living room, luxury luxury vinyl planks, for the dining room, or maybe some durable vinyl for some high traffic areas. Carpet City Flooring Center has the perfect flooring to make your home warm and welcoming for family and friends. Their experienced team will help you choose the right style. They'll guide you through measurements and provide professional installation, making it easy to get your home holiday ready without the stress. With quality products, fair pricing, and service you can trust, Carpet City Flooring Center has been helping homeowners in the Eau Claire, Chippewa Valley area transform their spaces for years. Don't wait. Stop by today. Check out their wide selection. You can also visit carpetcitywi.com to see their entire collection over there. But I suggest stopping by the store and chatting with the awesome, friendly team, staff at Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Located, if you want to stop by, located at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. I do got to take another break coming up here just because we ran a little bit long. But coming up next hour, we'll throw some more Bucks chat in there as the Bucks falling last night. But that might be not the only loss, big-time loss for the Bucks. Giannis leaving the game due to a groin injury. How long could he be out? Will he be out? If it is long-term, how can this Bucks team kind of tread water and survive it? We'll hit that up a little bit. We'll get back to some Packers talk. Packers will get back at practice tomorrow in preparation for their game against the Minnesota Vikings. But Matt LaFleur chatting a little bit with the media yesterday and giving us some injury updates. Josh Jacobs, Jordan Love, the return of Jaden Reed, Quay Walker, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll go through that. And then give me your top 10 teams in the NFL right now. Now that we have closed the book on the latest week in the NFL with the Cowboys taking down the Las Vegas Raiders last night. Week 11 is officially in the books. We're on the Week 12. Who do you think are the top 10 teams in the NFL right now? I'll give you my list coming up next hour. Also, was reading a little bit earlier this morning from our good friend Rob Domofsky from ESPN. Got to get Rob back on the program here soon. But the ESPN NFL Nation did their power rankings, and then they had to pick one person from each team who's under the most pressure in these final 7 games, and Rob picked Matt LaFleur. So no argument for me. Maybe some will go with Jordan Love. Maybe some will go with some other ones. But I'm going to throw some different names out there, too, just to kind of mix it up and spark a conversation. So I'm going to throw some other names into that batter too, and see what comes out. So we'll hit that up. We got more football talk coming up in the next hour. Don't forget to continue to send me your Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. What the heck is grinding your gears? Let me know. Also, your Hy-Vee game changer, game-changing player, game-changing moments, play, whatever the case may be. Send those on over. All right. We'll take our final break for the third quarter, and we'll be back coming up in just a couple minutes. Might have to check this piece out during break. Jeff Passett from ESPN just posted up the ultimate preview for the MLB offseason. Everything you need to know about top free agents, trade candidates, who's got money to spend, where billions of dollars will be spent, and how the madness of the hot stove will unfold. He puts a note in here about Schwarber's huge market, including Cincinnati and Pittsburgh? Huh. All right. Piqued my interest. Pittsburgh? Wow. All right. We'll see. But I'll try to peruse it, see if he's got any, maybe some Brewers nuggets and such that we can dive into coming up in the next hour and such too. But yeah, now it's kind of on the back burner. But once December rolls around here, it's going to be, well, they talk about it as the hot stove season, but we'll see if it actually kind of maybe lives up to that potential and such. So, but continue to, what else is on your mind? You can join in the convo as always. Text on over 715-830-1912 or join in on the YouTube video chat. We've had quite the discussion so far this morning. If you missed out on it, a little back and forth about Jordan Love that started off with a couple of our listeners. Their grind my gears was people essentially not on the Jordan Love train. So that sparked a nice, respectful banter, debates, conversation. So if you did not get a chance to chime in, send your thoughts. We kind of had tried to phrase it a little bit like the trial of Jordan Love. So if you are not a Jordan Love believer, you do not think he is a top 10-ish quarterback, reasons why. And as one of our listeners, Surveyor Sam, has thrown out there and said, tell me who's better. Give me a list who's better, he says. Put that list together. So send it over so I can tell you, or I can tell Surveyor what you said. So maybe we'll hit that back up in the final quarter, the final hour, coming up here in just a little bit too. But I do want to get to some injury updates when it comes to the Pack, which we'll hit up in the next hour here too. So also top 10 teams in the NFL right now as we head into Week 12. Yesterday, the question was out there: who is a great team? Is there a great team? Is there a top team? Who is anybody considered a great team right now? But Surveyor, interesting. You don't have your top 10. I won't say it right now, but Surveyor, you don't have the number one overall seed in the AFC in your top 10 right now. I'll just give you. I don't know. I'm going to throw that out there. You don't have them. Maybe missed it. Maybe. Just saying. But I'll do my top 10 coming up just past the top of the hour here. So if you want to play along, it's kind of our top 10 power rankings, essentially, is what it is. So, all right, we'll get to that. Shot clock's going to cut me off here in 30 seconds, so a loaded up final hour, final quarter coming at you. We'll do that. We'll talk some Packers. Latest on the injury updates surrounding the Pack, including Josh Jacobs, Jordan Love. Could we maybe see Jaden Reed return to practice officially this week? What did Matt LaFleur have to say about it yesterday? Maybe gave us a little bit of a glimpse, a little bit of a hint. Maybe, possibly, but even if he does return to practice this week, doesn't necessarily mean he'd be on the field this weekend going up against the Minnesota Vikings. With these injuries, too, it does paint a unique picture, maybe a little bit of a different picture when you got a short week going up against the Detroit Lions, too. So, 3 quarters in, we got one more to go. We got news updates. We'll be back in just a couple minutes to kick off the final quarter, the final hour It is the final hour, final quarter going on right now. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. Appreciate it. It's snowing out there. I just walked through the lobby to the front. Heck, we don't have outside windows here. Just got windows all across the building here. Nothing peeking out outside, but holy moly, we got some snow. I'm ready for a little bit of it. Wouldn't mind a little bit of a dusting for Saturday, but it's probably going to be gone by then, I would imagine. So I wouldn't mind a little bit of a dusting for the opener on Saturday. But be careful if you are driving out there. I don't know what the road conditions are like and such, but still be careful out there. All right. What do we have on tap for this final hour here? I've got my top 10 teams right now in the National Football League. We'll hit that up. We got injury updates for the Pack. We'll hit that. Get back to some more hoops talk with the Bucks. Giannis leaving the game early last night, not returning. And now there's questions about potentially how long he could be out. So, I don't know. I'm nervous, you guys. I'm really nervous. So, let's do the top 10 first. Let's do top 10 first. So we've got, surveyor went number 1 Bills, 2 Patriots, 3 Colts, 4 Eagles, 5 Rams, 6 Lions, 7 Seahawks, 8 49ers, 9 Packers, and 10 with the Broncos. Trying to think, because we have one team in there that is different than us. Survey. Okay, I figured out who it is. All right, so here are my 10. I'll go from 10 to 1. I'll go 10 to 1. I do have... I try not to just because I know I'm going to get some flack for it. I'm basing it off of right now the first 11 weeks into the season. And I'm going to go... I went with Green Bay at 10. I could be convinced with another team in there. But I'm going to go Green Bay at 10. Lions at 9. Tampa Bay at 8. 6-4, but I mean, they're a solid team. I mean, Carolina, I know, is creeping up on the Bucs here, but you know, you look at the Bucs' last 2 losses. In fact, Tampa Bay's all their losses so far this year: Philadelphia 31-25, Lions 24-9, Patriots 28-23, Bills 44-32, and boy, they got another tough one coming up here at the Rams. Buccaneers' schedule has been brutal, and it does ease up a little bit. Actually, quite a bit after this Rams one. Cardinals, Saints, Falcons, Panthers, Dolphins, Panthers. So Panthers twice, and that's the team they're competing with for the division. But I got to have the Bucs on there. I got Seattle at 7, the Bills at 6, Eagles 5. I put the Broncos at 4. That defense, I know there's some question about offense, but that defense, they know how to get after the quarterback. I mean, they are just dominating with sacks, and that makes me nervous with that potential match. It's not a potential, it is a matchup, but with that matchup coming up against Green Bay a little bit later on. So that defense is legit. And then they're going to get Patrick Surtain back too, reigning Defensive Player of the Year. Colts at 3, Patriots at 2, and I'm putting the Rams at 1. As of right now, I've got the Rams at number 1. For what it's worth, ESPN has Rams 1, Eagles 2, Patriots 3, Colts 4, Broncos 5, Bills 6, Seattle 7, Detroit 8, San Francisco 9, Tampa 10, and then Green Bay 11. Speaking of Green Bay, the little write-up here. They actually did fall in their rankings after their win. Fell a spot. As Rob noted, who's under the most pressure? Matt LaFleur. LaFleur has 1 year left on his contract, same with General Manager Brian Gutekunst, whose seat doesn't seem quite as hot, and has a new boss, first-year team president Ed Policy. Over the summer, Policy said he doesn't believe in lame duck coaches or general managers. LaFleur has a stellar overall record of 73, 36, and 1, but more than half of those wins came in his first 3 seasons when he was 39 and 11. After reaching the NFC Championship game twice with Aaron Rodgers, the Packers have only won one playoff game the past 2 seasons with Jordan Love at quarterback. Yeah, I would agree with Rob's the assessment or pick that LaFleur's, if you have to ask the question who's under the most pressure right now, it would be LaFleur in my opinion. I'm sure some would throw in Jordan Love, and you can make the case for that. I think you can make the case for that. Specifically, okay, carrying the team, leading the team back to the postseason in a tough NFC field, in a tough NFC North division. You definitely can make the case that Jordan Love is under a lot of pressure. I think you can make the case that Jeff Hafley is under the most pressure for this reason, or for a couple reasons. One, if the offense is going to continue to be a little bit of inconsistent, up and down, you got some injuries on there, there's going to be a lot more pressure and continued pressure on the defense to help carry this team. And can they do that? Can they continue to keep the Packers in ball games? Keeping teams out of the end zones, keeping teams from trying to make it a shootout against Green Bay. So as long as the offense is going to continue to be inconsistent, there is going to be more pressure on the defense to almost play perfect ball, right? That Philadelphia game, they had to play perfect football to come away with that victory. And you just felt like, okay, at some point, the Eagles are going to break through and get a touchdown, and they did. And that was enough. Field goal was enough. But I think you can make the case that under the most pressure, Hafley, the defense, to continue to keep their team into ball games. I mean, if we really want to go down this road and really try to pinpoint some of this, we could say certain other players like Keyshawn Nixon, Carrington Valentine, going up against these receivers of Justin Jefferson a couple times, Roma Dunze, DJ Moore, Amon St. Brown, Jameis Williams, et cetera, et cetera. They got to ball out. There's going to be a ton of pressure on that secondary and those corner groups in these final 7 games. Ton of pressure on those guys. Most pressure, offensive line, for crying out loud. I shouldn't have to say anything else. Offensive line is easily under a ton of pressure moving forward. A ton of pressure moving forward. They have got to play. I mean, for this team, if they want to win a Super Bowl, if they want to get to a Super Bowl and win the dang thing, the offensive line has to be better. And I can't remember who said it in the first hour, but they threw out the question, why? You lose Myers. That's the only loss you have. You bring in Aaron Banks. Why are they so bad compared to last year? What gives? Why? Is it essentially they lost? Was Josh Myers more important than what maybe we thought as fans from the outside looking in? Was he that much more important? We knew that his teammates and his coaching staff respected and loved the heck out of the guy. Maybe it was. And it's not like he left for big cash with the Jets 1 year and like $3 million. I know hindsight's 20/20, but geez Louise. What would you rather have right now? And I know it's kind of different because Elton Jenkins hurt, but let's assume Elton Jenkins didn't get hurt. Would you rather have maybe opened up with Josh Myers at center and keeping Jenkins at guard? Or doing Jenkins at center and bringing in Aaron Banks at guard? And I know Aaron Banks had a very good game this past weekend. But still, man. So, yeah, we can, depending on how long Josh Jacobs potentially is going to be out. Manuel Wilson, running game, that sort of stuff. But we can do this all day in the full hour. Come up with a laundry list of people, players who are under the most pressure right now for Green Bay in these final 7. Speaking of injuries, Matt LaFleur yesterday when he was chatting with the media here, just a couple of updates. With Josh Jacobs, they're calling it a knee bruise, knee contusion. LaFleur said that he could potentially play this Sunday. Quote, it's just more or less trying to get the swelling down, and unfortunately, that's a pretty hard surface over there, MetLife Stadium. And sometimes that's the byproduct of that. So, not completely ruling it out. I do wonder how much, and they always say it doesn't. They always say they're healthy enough to play. They're healthy enough to play. Or if they're healthy enough to play, they're going to play. But I do wonder, with a short week, with it being Detroit, are they more cautious with Josh Jacobs in this game going up against Minnesota? I think that is at play. Again, they would never admit it, and they wouldn't say it. But I do feel like it's at play. Some other notes, injury-wise. Jaden Reed could return to practice on Wednesday after his 2.5-month absence, according to Matt Schneidman. LaFleur was asked Monday if the Packers will open the 21-day practice window for any players this week, and the head coach flashed a massive smile while saying, I sure as heck hope so. He said the team will have a better idea about the availability of Reed and Marshawn Lloyd over the next 2 days. Jordan Love is, quote, definitely sore, LaFleur said. That was a pretty big hit. One of those that you just, come on, man. You can't put yourself in those situations. But I thought he played his butt off yesterday. Really did. I thought he was throwing accurately. He showed a ton of toughness in the pocket. There were multiple times he's getting hit pretty good from within the pocket and making throws. So I was really proud of his ability to come back into the game and just show that not only physical toughness, but the mental toughness to hang in there and to continue to keep fighting. Also, Quay Walker, day-to-day after suffering a stinger. Matthew Golden, who appeared to re-aggravate his right shoulder injury before re-entering the game. They'll have a better idea about that when they resume practice on Wednesday. And it seems like Lucas Van Ness will be playing Week 12 against the Minnesota Vikings. So, I want to talk a little bit about Rashawn Gary, too. That made me think about Rashawn Gary because saw some numbers yesterday about Rashawn Gary. And I want to hit that up. So, let's do that. First of all, let's take a quick break. And we'll be back after these quick words. So we've spent a lot of time this morning dissecting, talking about whether, it's going to be a question that's probably not going to go away anytime soon about, Jordan Love and how, where would you rank him, top 10, top 15, whatever the case may be. But maybe it's time to have a little bit of a conversation about Rashawn Gary. Now, Rashawn Gary, I think when you look at it, he this year got off to a fast start, got off to a really good start. And when you look at it, the guy's got 7.5 sacks. He's on pace to have career highs, double-digit sacks, which is all great. It's fantastic. But there's a couple things that came out yesterday that just kind of made you go, kind of interesting. One of them for me, and this has been something that I have banged the table probably for the last couple of years. And it's been a frustrating point for me, and it's probably a perfect, grind my gears Tuesday. And it's been snap percentage when it comes to Rashawn Gary compared to some of the other top-tier edge rushers in the league. And in that game against the Giants, Enoch Barre, even though it was just one, played more snaps than Rashawn Gary in that game. So Micah Parsons played 85% of the snaps. Enoch Barre played 56% of the snaps. Rashawn Gary played 54%, 39 snaps. Granted, just one more or one less than Kingsley, but still, for a guy that is being paid to be a top flight pass rusher, edge rusher, is he playing enough? I want that guy on the field more. That's why I love seeing Micah Parsons' numbers. I understand rotations and trying to stay fresh, but this has been something that has been going on for the last couple of years when we've done this. I know I did it a lot last year, but you compare like Rashawn Gary's numbers, how many times he's out there, to the likes of a TJ Watt, to a Max Crosby, to those guys, and it's not even close. And it's like, okay, is that more of a just what Green Bay wants to do? To keep everybody fresh, to keep that rotation in. But then you got Micah Parsons here, who, granted, is one of the premier defensive players in the league, and you want to keep him out there as much as possible. He's playing 85% of snaps. And I got to thinking, too. And I know I hate using this, but I'm going to throw it out there. When you're watching a game, I know I've seen it more than a few times. Rashawn tapping out, looking to go out to the sideline. And I know that's not a good gauge. Okay, that's just me watching on TV. I hate even kind of bringing it because you don't know what all is going on and such. But I've noticed it. And then there's this other metric. And this is where I think it kind of comes back into play for box score scouting, right? So Rashawn Gary has 7.5 sacks this year. That's nothing to shy away with. That's nothing to apologize for. Those are solid numbers, okay? Quick pressures. It's one of these advanced statistics and such, but what a quick pressure is defined by for this number is a defensive pressure on the quarterback that occurs within the first 2.5 seconds of a play. Okay, a defensive pressure on a quarterback that occurs within the first 2.5 seconds of a play. Micah Parsons is one of the best at this, which probably surprises nobody. But apparently, no one has played more and had fewer quick pressures than Rashawn Gary this season. And when Green Bay acquired Micah Parsons, we talked about that trickle-down effect. We talked about, all the who's going to benefit the most. And one of the guys that we really, really benefited the most, we thought was going to benefit the most, was Rashawn Gary. And it looked like at the beginning of the year, he was on this insanely fast start, fast track. Like, oh, yeah, here we go. But now you kind of have to wonder, it's like, why the slowdown a little bit? Maybe it's nothing. Maybe we're making a bigger deal out of it and such. I don't know. But I think it's interesting to kind of watch. And I would really, really like to know. And obviously Rashawn Gary is well respected on that team. He's got the C patch for a reason. Okay? He's got that captain's patch for a reason. Obviously, he has the respect for a ton of of his teammates. But when you look at this and those snap counts again, it's going to bring up the question about in shape. It's going to bring up the question about, how good of a player, how good of a pass rusher is he? And I think it's something we have to maybe kind of keep our eyes on going for these last 7 games. Let me see if I can bring up a trend for Rashawn for snap counts this year. Okay, so this is kind of interesting here. Week 1, Rashawn Gary played 70% of the snaps. So I'll start from week 1 and go to week 11. 70% of the snaps, 62% of the snaps, 67, 62, 62, 62, 68, 71, 60, 54. Micah Parsons, who came in a week before the season started, missed all offseason, had apparently a back issue. He has played 509 total snaps for the Packers. Rashawn, 425. Colby Wooden, 352 if we're looking at, that Colby Wooden's a defense tackle. Then Kingsley Enagbare, 245. Okay. 509 compared to 425. After that week 1 where Micah Parsons played at 45%, his fewest snap percentage was week 2 and week 4. Week 2, he was 68, and week 4, he was 68. That 68% would be the 3rd highest for Rashawn Gary. And that is tied for the 2nd lowest for Micah Parsons. So, kind of going back, maybe this is a topic we can maybe deep dive into a little bit more tomorrow. But for all the talk this morning that we had about Jordan Love, where would you rank him? Where would, cross the league and such? What about Rashawn Gary? What about Rashawn Gary in terms of pass rushers? 7.5 sacks on the surface. That looks great. But if you do deep dives in that, is it hitting the mark? I thought those were interesting numbers. And maybe, in some cases, some concerning marks. So, all right, let's talk some Bucks and talk a little baseball. How about that? Switch gears here up just a little bit. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. Some interesting nuggets from Jeff Passan from ESPN, MLB writer Jeff Passan, as we get sets. Well, I mean, it is open season and such, but a good free agency offseason primer. Jeff's probably my favorite baseball insider, writer, analyst, whatever title you want to give him. So it's a really big deep dive, but I just kind of skimmed it over a few things here just to kind of get a sense of if there was any, maybe any like Brewers nuggets and such. And really, the big question is going to be Brandon Woodruff and Freddie Peralta. So looking at what he had on here, because there's a lot of free agent stuff in here, but under short-term starter bets, Brandon Woodruff. Woodruff's return from a major shoulder surgery that caused him to sit out the 2024 season and more than half of 2025 couldn't have gone much better. Even with 3 miles per hour missing from his fastball, he added a cutter and remains an elite strikeout pitcher. If he doesn't stay with Milwaukee, the only team for which he has ever played, Woodruff would be a great fit in Atlanta. And then going to Freddie, it's under the column of where did it go here? Yeah, pitchers. Freddie Peralta. If Brandon Woodruff accepts a qualifying offer, it drastically increases the chances of a Peralta trade. If Woodruff hits free agency, Peralta will almost certainly stay in Milwaukee. So, if we kind of look at that, Brandon Woodruff's the key. The offseason decisions for the Brewers may fully reflect on Brandon Woodruff's decision. If he accepts that qualifying offer, that is a big chunk of change. And not only would Freddie Peralta potentially get traded, but I think free agency options for the Brewers would be even more limited at that point. I don't know what's going through Brandon Woodruff's mind. There's still a part of me that believes there's been some talking between the Brewers and Woodruff. I got to imagine there is a level of, respect, mutual respect between the two sides. Because of the Brewers signing Woodruff to a 2-year deal when they didn't have to, knowing that he was going to miss the first season of that. I got to imagine there's got to be some mutual respect between the two sides where maybe there was a wink, wink, nudge, nudge handshake like, hey, Brandon, we're going to give you a qualifying offer, but please don't accept it. We'll still work on maybe a potential deal, but please don't accept this $22 million qualifying offer. I believe there's got to be something like that because there's no way. I would be shocked if the Brewers seriously want Brandon Woodruff to sign that thing. I would be shocked. So maybe it's just me that wants to believe this, that everything is like we could trust a team and a player when it comes to offseason moves and that. I feel like there's that the two sides talked and they are like, yeah, hey, let's do this, all right? Make sure you don't sign this, but we're going to do this. I hope there's a mutual respect between the two because really I feel like if Brandon Woodruff signs that qualifying offer, there's not going to be a whole lot left in the offseason for the Brewers to do. One name I wouldn't mind to see the Brewers go after, and he was a guy that I kind of wanted the Brewers to go after by the trade deadline last year, but now he's going to be a free agent. And he's listed on here in Jeff Passan's write-up. And that's Ryan O'Hearn. I would not mind the Brewers trying to make a run at him. His contract length is going to be interesting because is he a short-term guy? Could he get a few more years? I don't know because he's 32 years old. And if we're looking at Passan's piece, he doesn't have him as a guy for short term. In fact, he thinks maybe a few years. From Passon, O'Hearn remade himself after leaving Kansas City, turning to the strong side of a platoon, and then managing to finish 2025 with a better OPS against left-handed pitchers than righties. That seems to fit a Brewers need there. At 32 years old, O'Hearn won't command a huge deal, but between his production and lack of strikeouts, which again is another Brewers thing, he'll have no trouble finding multiple years. That's kind of the guy I would not mind seeing the Brewers try to go after. Platoon it with Vaughn if you want. Ryan O'Hearn, lefty. Actually played, and which is kind of like lefty, hitting really good against lefty. Hey, no. But could you platoon it with a guy like Andrew Vaughn? I wouldn't mind going after Ryan O'Hearn. I really would. That would be a guy. You're talking about an 803 OPS last year, 281 average, 17 home runs. That's somebody out on that free agent market that won't cost a lot of money. You may have to invest maybe 3 years in him, a couple years at least. But from a production standpoint and what he gives you, I'd take that. I think that's a nice fit for the Crew. All right, Bucks thing. So last night, switching gears here to the Bucks, falling to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Bucks are now down to 8-7 on the season, but that might not be the biggest issue. It isn't the biggest issue surrounding the Bucks right now. The status of one Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo, leaving the game early, did not return, groin injury. Anybody who has had a groin injury knows those things suck. They're annoying. They can linger. And for a guy like Giannis and his style of play, you got to wonder how long he will potentially be out. And if he is out for a long amount of time, for an extended amount of time, I'm worried. I'm worried whether the Bucks can tread water or not. If somehow they can tread water, let's call it a couple weeks. Say he's out for a couple weeks. If they can tread water until he comes back, great. But this is a team that is completely built with Giannis in that lineup. And if he's not in that lineup, I know they got to win against the Warriors, but then they also fall to the Hornets. Giannis is the key that turns the engine and makes this thing. He is the key. He is the carburetor. He is, everything. He is the thing that gets this team going. And if he is missing any extended period of time, Bucks are in trouble. Because of how they've kind of built this team and surrounded him with these certain type of players, these pieces. So, yeah, I'm very concerned if he's going to miss an extended amount of time. Now, at least it happened at the beginning part of the season. If something was going to happen, right? You hear that phrase. If something was going to happen, glad it happened now, and that. And yeah, there is something to that. But you just hope that this isn't something that's going to continue to linger for the Bucks going forward. And we're not to the first quarter of the season yet. So maybe don't panic too much. It still stinks. But you also don't want, they're one game above 500. Okay? And I'll be honest, I have no idea how the Eastern Conference has started out this year. It's kind of weird. Like, we knew Boston was going to be down, and they are. They're a 500 team. We knew Indiana was going to be down. Indiana's really down. You want to know how to? One win. That is it. One win. They lose Halliburton, and they lose Miles Turner. They've got one win. You're talking about the defending Eastern Conference champions. 1 win so far. They were decimated this offseason. But you got Detroit, that's 12-2, leading the way. 10-game winning streak. Cleveland, we knew was going to be one of those teams out there. They're 10-5. Toronto, 9-5. Atlanta, 9-5. We thought there'd be some improvement with Atlanta. Knicks, we knew would probably be up there, 8-5. Philly's 8-5. Miami's 8-6. The Bulls, 7-6. Orlando probably playing a little bit down to what the expectations were. They're sitting at 500 at 7-7. It's not like the Western Conference where you got OKC that is just completely dominating right now. Denver is playing awesome, just 3 losses. Houston's living up to their hype with 3 losses. Lakers 10-4. I mean, you got Western Conference is playing out the top teams to what we kind of thought. The Eastern Conference, it's a little bit like the Wild West. I think there was an assumption Detroit would be a solid team this year after last year. Some maybe thought, okay, it was last year a little bit of a fluke for Detroit, but right now they're off to a fast start. So it probably helps the Bucks that if Giannis is going to be missing a certain amount of time, a lengthy amount of time, that they're in the Eastern Conference and not in the Western Conference. Because I feel like right now the Eastern Conference is a little bit more of a Wild West here. And, yeah, you look at the Western Conference, and it's still in the early stages. You got a Portland team that's the 9th seed out of 6 and 7 and such. But I want more. I want the Bucks to be a top 5 team in the Eastern Conference. Bare minimum 6 because I don't want them to play in that play-in round. But I outside of Cleveland, apparently, if they're healthy, I think the Bucks can beat anybody in the Eastern Conference in a playoff series. Outside of Cleveland, Cleveland's got their number. But it was evident last night too. I mean, Giannis was off to a fast start. He was on, and it was something we kind of talked about. It was like, okay, is he going to come in with maybe a little bit more motivation, a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, kind of like what he did with that Knicks game earlier this season? And it sure looked like Giannis was going to try to will his team to a victory. And he was on that pace, but then the injury. And it was my grind my gears at the beginning, but the officiating and how the officiating has gone for Giannis, I think, is kind of a joke. I mean, that is a guy that is getting beat up going to a rim. And if I'm game planning against him and teams are getting away with it, it's kind of, I wouldn't say to this level, but, the Pistons back in the day going up against Jordan, I mean, they were physical with Jordan. I mean, they were tough. And it's not to that point, but it's kind of like, okay, teams are going to be physical with Giannis because he is one tough SOB. He is a big beast. I mean, he's a physical player in himself, so you kind of almost have to match physical with physical. And right now, Giannis and the Bucks are not getting the calls. So if I'm a team going up against them, yeah, I'm gonna play that style until we start to get the whistle a little bit more. And the other part is, Giannis stinks at free throws. Right? I mean, he's not great at free throws. It's very Shaq-ish. Rather have him go on the line instead of just dominating at the rim. So far, this season, 63.6% from the charity stripe. That's it. All right, we got to take a quick break, and then we'll wrap up. We got some picks. We'll do some NBA picks, hockey picks, all that fun stuff. So we'll be back here in just a couple minutes to wrap up this Tuesday program. Wrapping it up here this morning with some picks. We got NHL games. We got NBA games to get to. So let's jump right into it. Starting off with some hockey. We've got the Blues taking on Toronto. I will roll with Toronto tonight. Got the Kraken taking on the Detroit Red Wings. Got to go with my Seattle Kraken, baby. Let's do New Jersey taking on Tampa Bay. Got to go with the Lightning. Islanders and Stars. I'll roll with Dallas. Columbus taking on Winnipeg. Calgary taking on Chicago. I'll go with I'll go Chicago. New York, Vegas. Let's do Vegas. And then Utah taking on San Jose. Give me Utah. Give me 2. All right, let's do some NBA games. We've got Golden State taking on Orlando. Want to take my Magic. I'll do an average start. A little bit of a slow start based off preseason expectations and some of the offseason moves that they've made. So I'm going to go with Golden State. Boston at Brooklyn. Even with the Boston team at 7-7, they're favored by 10.5 in this one, and I'm going to go with Boston. Detroit at Atlanta. Detroit just 1.5 point favorite. Detroit's humming right now. I mean, we were just talking about it. They were rolling, so I gotta go with the Pistons. Memphis, San Antonio, give me the Spurs. Utah, Los Angeles, Lakers. And then Phoenix taking on the Trailblazers of Portland. I'm rolling with Portland. So, all right, those are your picks for this Tuesday evening, I guess, for some of these games, right? So, all right. So we only got a few minutes left. Hey, first off, big thanks to all of you for a very respectful debates, conversation, banter about Jordan Love this morning. Big thanks for that. That's why we're here. I want to give you all a chance, a voice to display, showcase your sports opinions. So send them on over. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. Thank you for the good conversation, for the good banter and back and forth this morning. Keep that coming. Keep it coming. So thank you to everybody for that. We got, Blue Gold Volleyball. They know where they're going to be going for the national tournament. They're going to be heading over to Pennsylvania later on this week, top seed for their pods. So they're going to be taking on St. Mary's College. So that's going to be starting up here. We got girls basketball back in action. I know what Altoona is taking on North, I believe. I think I saw earlier this morning. So high school girls basketball tipping off tonight, this week. So got that. We're going to do more preview with that with our local sports roundup. Justice did a little bit yesterday, but we'll break it down a little bit more detail after we get some games going in here and such with our guy Brandon Berg coming up on Friday. So, all right, your homework assignments. Time for that. Homework assignments for tomorrow. Okay, give you a little bit of a preview. Tomorrow, think about your, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong for saying this? Am I wrong for thinking that? Okay, that would have been like for our Jordan Love grind my gears today. Would not surprise me if somebody comes back tomorrow and says, am I wrong thinking that Jordan Love's a top 5, top 10, top 15 quarterback? Whatever it is. But that's kind of the example. Am I wrong? Debate it. So there you go, surveyor. You could come back with maybe another Jordan Love tag tomorrow. Also, we'll do a little Chalk Talk Wednesday. We'll highlight a play, formation from a game, probably in this case, from that Packers game. But we'll take a look at that and break it down for a little Chalk Talk. We got the Whites marker board out and break it all down that way. So that's coming your way tomorrow. Packers will be back at practice tomorrow afternoon. Fingers crossed, Jaden Reed is going to be available to practice. I hope he is. Doesn't mean he's going to play this weekend. But having Jaden Reed back on this offense for what he gives, what he can provide with this offense, I think is going to be a much-needed boost. And you talk about consistency and such. I can't wait to get him back. So hopefully that practice window will open up. And selfishly, I hope he could play next week, though, against Detroit, because I think they're going to need him for that game. But I'd still be kind of skeptical on that. But who knows? So, all right, shot clock's going to cut me off here. So, again, your homework assignments, think about your am I wrong? Am I wrong? I want to hear some good ones tomorrow. Okay? As we get to the halfway mark on this season and just a little bit closer to the opener on Saturday. Just a skosh closer. It's happening. It's going to be here. So, again, I think it's still snowing. That camera that I see, the WEAU camera in the WEC studio, I mean, that looks like a lot of snow coming through here, but I'm not sure what it is like on the road. So if you are traveling, be safe. Okay? Travel safe. Eyes on the road. Lights on. Okay? Have a good rest of your Wednesday. Same place, same time tomorrow morning. Can't wait to hang out with you all again. Talk to you then.